Chapter 2774. Alan, why are you still hanging out with this unknown guy? Before Hu Yanlan could say anything, Hu Yanhong glanced at Ling Xiao with a sullen expression and said to Hu Yanlan, "Don't worry. Foolish woman, you gave yourself to a strange man. So easily. Should I say you're pitiful? Or you deserve it?" Ling Xiao sighed softly. He had already done what he needed to do, since this Hu Yanhong was so stubborn and wanted to reap what she had sown. Why should he care? Thinking of this, he directly asked, "What about the two guards?" "Dead," Hu Yanhong said indifferently. "Two lowly slaves. They tried to sneak attack Big Brother Yu under your instigation and were killed by him." "What?" Hearing such words, Ling Zhao's originally calm heart was suddenly filled with anger. This woman was not only stupid, but also cold and heartless. He shouldn't have saved her back then and let her die in the hands of the frosty and cold freaks. Perhaps it would be a help to the world. Pa! A loud slap was heard. Ling Xiao looked at Hu Yanlan in astonishment. This obedient girl actually dared to hit her sister. After being astonished, he smiled with satisfaction. Hu Yanhong, this stupid woman, deserved to be hit. You actually hit me?" Hu Yanhong didn't expect that her sister, who always relied on her, would actually hit her today. "Sister, you've gone too far. Those two guards were loyal to us. Even if we encountered bandits, they were willing to use their lives to protect us. How can you say such chilling words?" Hu Yanlan loudly questioned. "Damn it, you've also been bewitched by that stinking brat, Tuobaling?" Hu Yanhong covered her face and roared. "The one who was bewitched isn't me, it's you," Hu Yanlan retorted. "All right, Alan, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Since your sister thinks that she's found her Mr. Right, then let her continue to dream." Ling Xiao suddenly said, "If she doesn't suffer a loss, she won't turn back. Fortunately, her life won't be in danger." "Alan, don't listen to that cunning man. He's lying to you. Let's follow Brother Yu together with Big Sister. He will definitely protect us." When Hu Yanhong heard Ling Xiao speak, it was as if she naturally refuted him. "Sister, did you know? Yesterday, a guy called One-Eyed Bloodwolf came to kill us. He said it was Tuoba Yu's order." Hu Yanlan sighed. In the end, she couldn't just abandon her sister. "It must be a frame-up," Hu Yanhong said without even thinking about it. "That's impossible. At that time, that guy thought we were already dead, so he let it slip." Hu Yanlan helplessly said, "Alan, you're too naive. How could such an expert not know whether you're dead or not? Listen to Big Sister. Big Sister won't blame you for hitting me. Obediently serve Big Brother Yu with Big Sister, right?" Hu Yanhong continued. Hearing these words, Hu Yanlan's heart turned cold. She tugged at Ling Zhao's hand and said, "Little Big Brother, let's go. Perhaps it's just as you said. Big Sister has already completely fallen. If we don't let her suffer a little and learn a little lesson, she won't know regret." She then left Hu Yanhong with a sentence. "Sister, I earnestly advised you, but you didn't listen. However, you're still my sister. If you really regret it, come find me. I'll help you." After speaking, she pulled Ling Xiao and left. "I won't regret it. The one who will regret it will be you," Hu Yanhong loudly shouted. Don't be so angry. Follow me, and I'll definitely make you happy. As for that Tuobaling, I'll tear off his mask soon. At that time, I'll let you and Alan reunite." Tuoba Yu patted Hu Yanhong and gently said, at that moment, Hu Yanhong was once again addicted to these sweet words. On the other side, Ling Xiao and Hu Yanlan naturally wouldn't leave Tuoba Manor. They just avoided Hu Yanhong and Tuoba Yu and stood on the other side. At that moment, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Almost everyone was looking at the long, red-carpeted corridor. The person walking at the front held a dragon-headed cane and wore a purple robe. Although he was a little hunchbacked and bald, everyone could feel his might and aura, especially his half-closed eyes. Once he opened them, it was as if he could see through everyone's thoughts. This person was the patriarch of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Fongdun. Behind Tuoba Fongdun were two people. One of them was wearing a red groom's robe. He was handsome and had an extraordinary appearance. He was today's bridegroom and the #1 expert of the Tuoba family's younger generation, Tuoba Yunfan. Holding the red embroidered ball with him was the Red Witch with a fiery figure and a red veil on her head. Although the Red Witch's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, her temperament wasn't inferior to Tuoba Yunfan's. Instead, it made countless people's imaginations run wild. They're really a match made in heaven. This Red Witch's strength isn't inferior to Tuoba Yunfan's. She might even be stronger than that young Master Jade fan, Tuoba Yu. This time around, the Tuoba family has really profited. Isn't that so? This woman has the support of the dragon cult. Our Cold Frost town has long been under the rule of the dragon cult. In the future, the Tuoba family will be even more prosperous. Damn it! Why am I not so lucky? If I could marry this woman and become in-laws with the #1 elder of the dragon cult, I would have to struggle less for a few decades. Everyone discussed animatedly, praising the Red Witch endlessly. Originally, these people thought that the outside world was just a rumor spread by the Tuoba family, who knew that after seeing this woman, they would realize that she was even more outstanding than the rumors. What a woman with temperament. No wonder Tuoba Yunfan chose her to be his wife. Sigh. Sister's heart is probably going to turn cold. Compared to this woman, Sister is completely defeated. Hu Yanlan said beside Ling Xiao. Indeed, completely defeated. However, it's not in terms of appearance and temperament. It's in terms of brains and character. Ling Xiao said indifferently, in terms of beauty, your sister Hu Yanhong doesn't lose to the Red Witch. Her figure is also not inferior. However, in terms of other aspects, your sister can't even catch up to her. Ling Xiao had interacted with these two women before. He also knew what they looked like. Therefore, he had the right to speak. Hu Yanhong's stupidity, indifference, and ingratitude were two completely different people from the Red Witch who valued friendship and righteousness. Is that so? So that's the case. Hu Yanlan thought in her heart, this woman must have been deeply loved by her little brother. Unfortunately, she's going to marry Tuoba Yunfan now. Tuoba Yunfan, remove the veil. Is she the real Red Witch? Let everyone see if she's the real Red Witch. A busybody shouted from the crowd. So what? We're all children of the pugilistic world. Chapter 2775. Tuoba Yunfan flicked his finger, and the red veil flew up, revealing the Red Witch wearing a golden crown. Needless to say, the Red Witch was quite charming after dressing up like this. Wow! The entire place was filled with exclamations. Although the Red Witch could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, her special temperament was enough to mesmerize all men. Tuoba Yu stared fixedly at his future sister-in-law, and his eyes shot out a beastly light. Big Brother is really fortunate to be able to marry such a woman. Tuoba Yu even dared to covet his own brother's woman. This person's lust reached the heavens, and he was simply too much. Hearing Tuoba Yu's words, Hu Yanhong was somewhat jealous. She pinched Tuoba Yu and said, "Am I not beautiful enough?" "Beautiful? Of course, you're beautiful." Tuoba Yu squinted his eyes and smiled. Although he said so, he was disdainful in his heart. Although in terms of beauty, you do not lose to the Red Witch. But in terms of background, how can you compare to her? My big brother has a wife like the Red Witch. In the future, I will not be able to raise my head in the Tuoba family. You lowly woman If you're obedient, I can still let you eat and drink well. If you dare to hinder me from finding other women, I will definitely kill you. Sadly, Hu Yanhong did not know what Tuoba was thinking. She actually thought that Tuoba was crazy in love with her. She tightly hugged Tuoba arm, feeling extremely happy. At this moment, Tuoba gaze was fixedly fixated on the Red Witch. At this moment, the Red Witch suddenly smiled and said, "Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. The dragon cult allowed me to come to the Tuoba family, but they did not say who I would marry. So, Tuoba Yunfan is not considered my fiancé. I heard that the Tuoba family has many young talents. If anyone can defeat Tuoba Yunfan, I will marry him." When these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. "Red Witch, what nonsense are you saying?" Tuoba Yunfan roared. "Don't be angry. Do you not have confidence in yourself? Plus, our dragon cult has always only looked at the strong. If you think you can't do it, you can scram." Red Witch said disdainfully. Tuoba Yunfan was so angry that his face turned ashen. However, at this moment, someone stood up and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. Although we are half-brothers, everyone has the heart to pursue true love. Previously, I didn't dare to act rashly because she might be my future sister-in-law. She could only suppress the love in her heart. But now, I can only fight for my own happiness and for my own future." Tuoba Yunfan stared at the person in front of him. This was his own younger brother. Although they were not born from the same mother, they had the same father. Now, he actually wanted to fight with him for a woman. Hu Yanhong was even more excited than Tuoba Yunfan. She grabbed Tuoba tightly and screamed crazily, "No, brother, you said you would treat me well for the rest of my life. You said you would be responsible for me. You can't change your mind so quickly." "Pa!" Tuoba fiercely slapped Hu Yanhong away, then sneered ferociously. "Who do you think you are to be with me? Your brain is as stupid as a pig." That Tuoba Ling was right. "I was just playing with you. You actually took it seriously. Hee. Compared to you, your sister is much cuter. Unfortunately, that little girl didn't fall for it." This is impossible." Hu Yanhong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Idiot woman, I don't have time to deal with you now." Spitting on the ground, Tuoba looked at Tuoba Yunfan again and said, "All along, I have been giving in to you, my brother. But today, I don't plan on giving in. I must have the woman I like. Since you value your brotherly relationship so much, why not give her to me?" While speaking, Tuoba eyes were filled with mockery. "Sister." Hu Yanlan was still concerned about Hu Yanhong. Seeing her sister being beaten and abandoned, she rushed forward. She pushed through the crowd and rushed over to help her sister, Hu Yanhong, up. At this moment, Hu Yanhong's heart was already shattered. All the sweet nothings from last night were fake. She thought that she was going to climb up the tree and become a phoenix, but she didn't know that it was just a pipe dream. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Hu Yanhong. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for this woman. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. This stupid woman. He had already advised her time and time again, but she didn't listen to him. She deserved this day. His gaze turned from Hu Yanlan to the Red Witch. It could be seen that the Red Witch didn't like Tuoba Yunfan. Of course, she didn't like Tuoba either. The reason why she suggested for the Tuoba family's genius to challenge Tuoba Yunfan's sword intent was probably to incite internal strife in the Tuoba family. "Little girl, you do have some ability, but in the end, you can't go against fate." Ling Xiao looked at the Red Witch. He knew that he had to act. Only he could save the Red Witch from this nightmare. Although he couldn't promise the Red Witch a future, but he could give the Red Witch a chance to freely choose her future. He had already thought about it. After saving the Red Witch, he would let the Red Witch go to the Eight Immortals' city. In the future, it would be up to the Red Witch to decide who she would be with. That was all he could do. He couldn't let a woman who dared to love and hate be shackled by the shackles of fate. The Red Witch stood there. On the surface, she looked very awe-inspiring, but a hint of despair flashed through her eyes. The current her seemed to be a peerless beauty, but only she knew that she was bound by an invisible shackle. If she couldn't break free from this invisible shackle, then she would only be a puppet in the hands of others. I wonder how Ling Xiao is doing. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely try his best to break free. But unfortunately, I'm not as good as him. Even at this moment, the Red Witch was still thinking about Ling Xiao. She knew that it was impossible for her to be with Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of love for her. Even if they were friends, she didn't know how much they would have. I'm really pitiful. In such a situation, no one came to save me and help me. I'm really living a failure. The Red Witch sighed in her heart. If it weren't for her strength and the fact that she had the dragon cult as her backing, she might not even be able to keep her chastity. Tuoba Yunfan didn't dare to touch her these few days because he was afraid of the dragon cult. But once she got married, she might not be able to rely on the dragon cult to keep her chastity. What should she do? Chapter 2776. You are brothers. Don't go too far. Tuoba Fengdun did not stop the two of them from fighting. Instead, he seemed to be very happy to watch this battle. He said, "The winner of this battle will not only obtain the Red Witch, but will also be able to enter the Azure Ox Palace and obtain a supreme technique." The Blue Bull Palace was only opened for the successor of the Tuoba family. There was only one successor in each generation. Hearing Tuoba Fengduan's words, the crazed expression on Tuoba Yu's face became even more apparent. He looked at his brother, Tuoba Yunfan, and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. Although I heard that your cultivation has improved greatly, if I don't try, I'm afraid I'll let myself down. A beauty and an ultimate technique. Don't blame me for being greedy." With that, his figure flashed as he charged towards Tuoba Yunfan. However, Tuoba Yunfan's expression was still calm. He sighed lightly and casually pointed with his finger. A dragon roar sounded in the air. Unparalleled dragon seal. The instant the terrifying dragon roar sounded, Tuoba Yu's attack was completely sealed. He was sent flying and fell to the ground. He looked at his brother in horror. "Big brother, you broke through again." Tuoba Yu found it hard to believe. Tuoba Yunfan, who was once at the peak of the 10th level of hell, had now broken through to the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. The difference was too great. If Tuoba Yunfan wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Too powerful. As expected of the unparalleled dragon seal, Tuoba Yunfan, with his strength, he should be extremely powerful even in the demonic dragon cult. The crowd discussed animatedly, and their evaluation of Tuoba Yunfan became even higher. Hu Yanhong suddenly laughed maniacally. "Tuoba Yu, compared to your brother Tuoba Yunfan, you are simply trash. What right do you have to abandon me?" Slap! A loud slap sounded. It was from Tuoba Yunfan. The one who was slapped was Hu Yanhong. "No matter how trash Tuoba Yu is, he is still my brother. Who do you think you are to slander him?" Tuoba Yunfan's voice was cold and murderous. It scared Hu Yanhong so much that she trembled. At that moment, she thought she was dead for sure. She did not dare to make a sound. She lowered her head and fearfully waited for the judgment of fate. "If today wasn't my big day, I would definitely kill you." Tuoba Yunfan's words made Hu Yanhong heave a sigh of relief. "Bitch, However, Tuobayu stepped forward and kicked Hu Yenhong. You dare scold me? Your Huyen family is finished. Stop. You're not allowed to bully my sister. Hu Yenlon blocked yet another attack from Tuobayu. This made Tuobayu somewhat surprised. He was well aware of Hu Yenlan's strength. How could she possibly block his attack? Therefore, he sent a slap towards Hu Yenlan, wanting to send this woman flying. However, he was once again blocked by Hu Yenlan. Little girl, you actually broke through? Tuobayu narrowed his eyes and asked, That's right. You all looked down on little brother, but he helped me achieve a great breakthrough in one night. Although I'm not your opponent now, I can't allow you to bully my sister. Hu Yenlan was truly grateful to Ling Xiao in her heart. If not for Ling Xiao, she would not have been able to block Tuobayu's normal attack. Alon you? Hu Yenhong looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the crowd, in shock. She could not believe that this was real. The person she despised, mocked, and doubted had instead made her sister stronger. And the person she trusted and liked was beating her up. The two sisters had such a huge difference in vision. Enough, Tuobayu. If you want to teach that bitch a lesson, wait until after your brother's wedding. Tuoba Fengduan's voice suddenly rang out, causing Tuobayu's actions to freeze. Although he was unwilling, he knew that he had lost. He had lost thoroughly. Seeing that Tuobayu was no longer beating her up, Tuoba Fengduan announced, the Red Witch and Tuoba Yunfan's wedding officially begins. Wait! A voice suddenly rang out in the main hall. A person slowly walked to the center of the main hall. I haven't even made a move yet. Why is the Red Witch Tuoba Yunfan's? The one standing there, looking down on everything, was Ling Xiao. Ling. The Red Witch cried out in surprise, but seeing Ling Xiao's eyes, she immediately shut her mouth. My name is Tuoba Ling, and I can be considered a member of the Tuoba family. I was abandoned when I was young. Now that I've returned, the Tuoba family is mine. Of course, this was nonsense, but it was also a statement that could do anything. For a large family like the Tuoba family, there would definitely be abandoned children. Therefore, if others wanted to expose his lies, they would not be able to do so in a short time. Impudent! When has my Tuoba family ever abandoned our own children? This is utter nonsense. Tuoba Fengduan would definitely not admit it, but it did not matter. Ling Xiao did not care either. After all, he was here to cause trouble. It did not matter if the other party admitted it or not. He only looked at the Red Witch and said, Red Witch, I will only ask you 2 questions. Did you marry here willingly? If I want to take you away, are you willing? I am willing. The Red Witch answered without thinking at all. The first sex old monster helped you back then, so he betrothed me to this remote family. I was very unwilling. However, this old man is powerful. I am not his match, so I can only listen. Red Witch, Tuoba Fengduan said with a cold expression, don't think that you can blaspheme my Tuoba family as you wish just because you have the dragon cult behind you. Blaspheme you? Don't joke around. If you did not threaten me, why would I agree to marry your grandson? The Red Witch said unhappily, I'm telling you today, if you let us go obediently, nothing will happen. Otherwise, if he gets angry, I'm afraid your Tuoba family will have to bear the consequences. The Red Witch had experienced Ling Xiao's power before. Even a peak Yin-Yang realm level 11 martial artist in the First Revolution was killed by Ling Xiao. This Tuoba Fengduan was only in the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm level 11. It was impossible for him to be Ling Xiao's match. As far as she knew, this old man was the strongest expert in the Tuoba family. In this family, Ling Xiao could do whatever he wanted. As she spoke, she tore off her red robe, revealing her red attire. The red crown on her head was also thrown to the ground and shattered. Her long black hair added a bit of wild beauty to her. What's going on? The woman that Tuoba, you did not hesitate to fight with his own brother for likes Tuoba Ling? Hu Yanhong felt that the shock she received was too great. Was she hallucinating? I think it's definitely true. Sister, you don't know how powerful little brother is. That one-eyed blood wolf was killed by him in one move, Hu Yanlan said excitedly. However, at this moment, she was still a bit jealous. Chapter 2777. Facing the Red Witch, Hu Yanlan felt inferior. Regardless of appearance, strength, or status, she could not compare with the Red Witch. Perhaps only someone like the Red Witch was worthy of Tuoba Ling. Ling, I know I'm not worthy of you. Compared to me, Sister Mu Qing is more suitable for you. But I'm willing to go with you. Hu Yanhong found it hard to accept the Red Witch's words. What's going on? What is the identity of this Tuoba Ling? A woman like the Red Witch actually said she was not worthy of him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's also impossible for me to like Mu Qing. The woman I like is in the faraway Eternal Life Palace. Ling Xiao laughed. Eternal Life Palace. Did he just say Eternal Life Palace? Isn't that the strongest faction in the Black Tortoise Continent? His woman is actually from the Eternal Life Palace? Then what is the identity of this young man? All of the guests present were shocked. Hu Yanhong was completely dumbfounded. Even if she did not know anything else, the Eternal Life Palace in the Black Tortoise Continent was like a shrine. The status of the people there was comparable to gods in the Black Tortoise Continent. I actually said he's trash? I actually looked down on him? What a joke. In front of him, what am I? The man I love cannot be compared to him at all. She suddenly laughed foolishly, as if she had gone crazy. At this moment, the people of the Tuoba residence felt very awkward and embarrassed. On the day of the wedding, the Red Witch was supposed to become Tuoba Yunfan's wife. However, a man suddenly jumped out and disrupted the situation. The Red Witch actually wanted to go with this man. If they really let them go, wouldn't their Tuoba family be ridiculed to death? Both of you, don't even think about leaving alive today. Tuoba Yunfan's anger was burning in his chest. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the Red Witch was from the dragon cult or not. What does Ling Xiao have to do with the Eternal Life Palace? His fiancée was about to leave with another man in public. If he, Tuoba Yunfan, did not do anything, would he still have the face to live in the future? The Red Witch looked at Tuoba Yunfan with disdain and said, "Listen, when we first came here, I already told you clearly it's impossible for me to marry you, but that damned old man of yours insisted on forcing me to marry you. I had no choice but to submit to his ferocious might. Today, my Ling came to save me. Why can't I go with him? You still want to kill us? Just you? I advise you not to do anything stupid. Otherwise, the Tuoba family will be removed from Cold Frost Town today." Ling Xiao also looked at Tuoba Yunfan indifferently. If the other party let them go, he naturally wouldn't kill them. However, if the other party wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to not fight back. Red Witch, UB*TCH. Ever since you came to Tuoba Manor, I've treated you with respect and have never offended you. Now, you want to leave with a wild man. Have you thought about my feelings? Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. Today, I will execute you on the spot and let you have a taste of my Tuoba family's men. I'll make you my woman. Tuoba Yunfan roared like a madman. What a joke. If it weren't for your fear of the dragon cult, would you have treated me so well? Do you really think I'm a fool? If you were really good to me, you should have let me go back then. You shouldn't have trapped me here with your shameless grandfather and forced me to marry you. The Red Witch said with disdain. Girl, why waste your breath on this group of shameless people? Let's go. We'll kill whoever dares to stop us. Ling Xiao had even forced his way out of the Qin Kingdom's capital, let alone this small Tuoba manor. He could leave whenever he wanted, and no one could stop him. Sometimes he was puzzled. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Forcing a girl to marry you and forcing her to stay when she wanted to leave. How could you say that with such conviction? He wondered if they wouldn't do anything if a girl from Tuoba Manor was forced to marry someone else. Would they even be grateful? You still want to leave? You said you were Tuoba Ling, right? Although I don't know where you got the guts to act so recklessly in my Tuoba Manor, I'm sure one thing is certain. But what I can be sure of is that you'll die a horrible death today. Tuoba Yunfan's anger could no longer be quelled. He couldn't feel how strong Ling Xiao was. Hence, he wasn't afraid. Is that so? Then you can really try and see who will die today. Ling Xiao stood there and didn't leave. A cold aura was released. It was as if a demon king had walked out from the demon realm, emitting an evil and powerful aura. At this moment, Ling Xiao had the aura of a peerless expert. No one dared to look at him directly. He's really powerful. Hu Yanlan looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. Although she had thought so before, she only understood at this moment. Ling Xiao didn't use his full strength when dealing with the one-eyed blood wolf. Tuobiyu, I'll give you a chance. Kill this kid, and you can enter the Green Bull Palace. Tuoba Fengdun suddenly said, Old man, are you serious? Tuobiyu was originally depressed. However, when he heard this, he was overjoyed. He had long found Ling Xiao an eyesore. Now, as long as he killed Ling Xiao, not only could he vent his anger, he could also enter the Green Bull Palace to increase his strength. Why wouldn't he do it? Have I ever gone back on my words? Tuoba Fengdun said coldly. He couldn't see through Ling Xiao's strength, which was why he sent Tuobiyu to test him. Even if Tuobiyu died, he wouldn't feel any heartache. As long as Tuoba Yunfan was alive, it would be enough. All right, leave it to me. Tuobiyu walked towards Ling Xiao. Previously, he lost to Tuoba Yunfan. It could be said that he lost miserably. The best way to make others see him in a different light was to kill this fella called Tuoba Ling in front of him. As long as he could enter the Green Bull Palace, he would have a chance to surpass Tuoba Yunfan. Otherwise, he would be suppressed by Tuoba Yunfan for the rest of his life. You sent the one-eyed blood wolf to kill me, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. That's right. Unfortunately, that idiot didn't succeed. I don't know what scheme you used, but today, you're dead. Tuobiyu sneered. Understood. Do it. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to confirm was because he wanted to decide how to deal with Tuobiyu. If the one-eyed blood wolf was really sent by Tuobiyu, then Tuoba, you must die. If not, he would cripple Tuobiyu's martial arts. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Tuobiyu opened the jade fan in his hand with a pa sound. He then swung the fan, and a sky full of silver sword lights rained down like a storm. All the sword lights were actually aimed at Ling Xiao. Chapter 2778. Tuobiyu suddenly attacked. The silver sword rain that filled the sky formed a violent wave that crashed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only stood there disdainfully. His entire body did not move. Only a powerful internal energy rushed out from his feet. In that instant, Tuobiyu's entire body sank and then exploded on the spot. As for the sword rain formed by the countless sword qi, Ling Xiao did not do anything. The sword rain was less than a foot away from his body before it was repelled by his protective essence energy. It all flew onto the roof and pierced countless holes in the main hall of the Tuoba Manor. Tuobiyu's attack could not even break through Ling Xiao's defense. How could it harm him? Looking at Tuoba, he did not even look human anymore. The shredded clothes seemed to be telling people that this person called Tuoba, had existed just a moment ago. However, now, he had already been smashed to pieces. Everyone's hearts seemed to have been pricked by needles. They began to twitch violently. They looked in horror at the 1-meter square hole in the ground that was created by the explosion. Until now, they still did not understand how Ling Xiao did it. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to have moved from beginning to end. Too terrifying. This was a true expert. He wasn't bragging. Young Master Jade fan, what a joke. You think I am afraid of you. Actually, I do not even put you in my eyes. In front of me, you are not even as good as an ant. You still call me trash and a coward? Go repent in the Yellow Springs. Looking at the deep hole, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer as he mocked. His words caused everyone to fall silent. Even the crazy Huyin Hong seemed to have suddenly returned to normal. However, her entire body was trembling. Ling Xiao's strength shocked her too much. It had already surpassed her imagination. So Ling Xiao really did not want to kill her. Otherwise, she would have been a dead person long ago. Tuobiyu, young Master Jade fan, great hero, young talent, young hero of the pugilistic world. Ling Xiao, trash, coward. However, before everyone's eyes, Tuoba, you had been easily killed. When he died, he probably didn't even understand what had happened. People didn't understand either. This was because Ling Xiao hadn't even moved his hands. As for how he did it, perhaps other than Ling Xiao himself, no one else knew. The magnificent rain of swords that filled the sky had become a complete joke. Sis, do you understand now? Tuoba, you isn't even fit to carry little brother's shoes. Little brother is the real dragon and phoenix among men. A true hero. A great hero. A true peerless genius. He didn't touch Tuobiyu before, because he didn't want to, not because he didn't dare. Unfortunately, Tuobiyu, that scum, offended little brother in the end. So he was killed. Hu Yanlan excitedly looked at Ling Xiao, although she couldn't express her love. However, she was proud of herself for liking Ling Xiao. She had not misjudged him and had made the right choice. Alan, I'm so stupid. I actually treated a scum as a hero and a hero as trash. I'm so useless. Hu Yanhang's body trembled as she recalled every word she said to Ling Xiao. At this moment, it felt like she was being whipped. Sis, it's not that he's not worthy of us. It's that we're not worthy of him. He's the true peerless genius, the true hero. Hu Yanlan's eyes flickered. In her heart, Ling Xiao had already become a truly indomitable and powerful figure. However, he killed Tuoba Yu. The people of Tuoba Manor won't let him go, right? Hu Yanhong hesitated. Sis, why do you still look down on little brother? I believe in him. Just as Hu Yanhong said, Ling Xiao killed Tuoba Yu. The people of Tuoba Manor wouldn't let him go. Not only did you steal my wife, you even killed my brother. I swear I'll tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. A cold voice came out from Tuoba Yunfan's mouth. When Tuoba Yu died, he didn't stop him. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Everything happened too quickly. By the time he reacted, there was nothing left of Tuoba Yu's corpse, although he didn't like his brother. This person who called himself Tuoba Ling dared to kill Tuoba Yu in front of him. How could he not be angry? To him and the entire Tuoba Manor, this was a great humiliation. Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Yunfan indifferently. The one who killed your brother wasn't me, but that old thing. He knew that Tuoba Yu wasn't my match, but he still let him do it. His viciousness was evident. There are too many scum in your Tuoba Manor. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at the Red Witch. Let's go. I feel that killing them is a waste of time. He wasn't trying to anger anyone, but he was speaking the truth. Other than Tuoba Yu, The rest of the martial artists in Tuoba Manor didn't have any deep grudges with him. Moreover, there was no benefit in killing them. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. He prepared to leave. As for forcing the Red Witch to get married, this debt should be counted on the first elder. Although the people of Tuoba Manor were guilty, they didn't deserve to die. However, if the people of Tuoba Manor didn't know what was good for them and insisted on killing him, the sword in his hand wouldn't be merciful. But even so, the people who had appeared now were not worthy of him drawing his sword. Therefore, his sword was still in his storage ring. He held the Red Witch's hand and walked out of the hall in a grand manner. Green robe, long hair, domineering, confident. Like a demon king, he ignored everyone around him. At that moment, Tuoba Yunfan and Tuoba Fengdun both frowned. They weren't confident in defeating Ling Xiao. This person was too mysterious and too strong. Ling Xiao just stood there and gave them immense pressure. It was as if they weren't facing a person, but a true demon king. A peerless demon king. Tuoba Yunfan and Tuoba Fengdun hated this feeling. They, who had dominated a region, were actually scared to this extent by a child. If word got out, they would be too ashamed to face anyone in the future. Kill them. Tuoba Fengdun ordered. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, but he also wanted to kill the Red Witch. Anyone who dared to humiliate the Tuoba family couldn't be allowed to live. Yes, sir. Orderly shouts rang out. Then, hundreds of fully armed warriors rushed in from outside the door. A dense killing intent spread throughout the entire hall. His escape route had also been completely sealed off to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. Tuoba Fengdun even ordered people to place an array cannon at the entrance of the hall. The powerful array cannon was a reward the Tuoba family had received from the Chun Nation's royal family. It could directly kill a cultivator at the 11th level of hell in the First Revolution. Although they didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, no matter how strong he shouldn't be stronger than the 11th level of hell in the First Revolution of Yin Yang. As long as they had this powerful array cannon, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape. Old man, do you know what this means? Chapter 2779. This means that you and that be *TCH have to die. Tuoba Fengdun said coldly, Idiot, I couldn't tell that Ling had been merciful. He killed Tuobayu because Tuobayu hired assassins to kill him. As for the others, he planned to let them go. But you idiots forced him to stay. This means that the one left behind is a killing god, a demon lord. Your Tuoba family is finished. The Red Witch shook her head gently. These idiots from the Tuoba family. Why couldn't they understand? Nonsense. Kill him. Tuoba Fengdun ordered loudly. In an instant, hundreds of figures pounced on Ling Xiao. The guests dodged and hid at the side, leaving the most spacious area in the hall. They didn't plan to help the Tuoba family, but they didn't plan to help Ling Xiao either. At this moment, staying out of the matter was obviously the best choice. Facing the attacks of hundreds of people, Ling Xiao shook his head gently. Since you want to die, don't blame me. He waved his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. White jade flying dragon sword. The quality wasn't very good. It was only an immortal grade weapon, but in this remote town, it was already considered a top grade weapon. The moment he held the sword, he seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. It was as if the killing god that had been in a dormant state had been awakened. A terrifying murderous aura spread rapidly. A pitch-black demonic shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. Everyone who was charging towards Ling Xiao was startled. Their speed also slowed down instantly. Their hearts were trembling at this moment, because they realized that they weren't facing Ling Xiao, but a true demon of the sword, controlling the murderous aura of heaven and earth, controlling the boundless fighting spirit, The huge demonic shadow covered almost the entire hall. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone felt as if they were standing in a boundless hell. Their bodies were so cold that there wasn't a trace of warmth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream awakened the deathly silent hell. It didn't continue. All the screams seemed to have happened at the same time. The hundreds of warriors who were charging at Ling Xiao all fell to the ground. There was a sword mark on everyone's throat. A fatal sword wound. Just one sword strike. Annihilation. None of the hundreds of warriors were spared. The guests were even more terrified. Although they had returned to normal now, they felt as if they had entered the depths of hell in that instant. They felt a killing intent and an aura of death that they had never felt before. They suddenly understood that Tuoba Manor had not offended a person, but a true devil that controlled hell. In front of this devil, let alone Tuoba Yu, even Tuoba Yunfan was not worth mentioning. Perhaps only Tuoba Fengdun could suppress this person. Tuoba Yunfan's expression changed again. He had said more than once that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, in the end, he did not dare to do anything. This was especially true after what had happened earlier. At that moment, his legs were still trembling. This kind of trembling was completely uncontrollable, but he was not convinced. He couldn't back down like this. He was the eldest young master of Tuoba Manor, the successor of this family. His fiancée had been snatched away, and he had suffered the greatest humiliation in the world. Could he just stand there and not move? Unfortunately, his brain and body could no longer cooperate. His legs continued to tremble. His heart also twitched uncontrollably, as if it had been stabbed by a knife. He knew that he was afraid. He was afraid of making a move, afraid of failure, and even more afraid of death. Sometimes being timid is not wrong. Seeing that you did not do anything to the Red Witch, I will give you another chance. Stay at the side obediently and don't make a move. Otherwise, I swear that I will not be merciful. Ling Xiao could not arouse any interest in fighting this person who was clearly scared out of his wits. He looked at Tuoba Fengdun and said, "Old thing, do you only know how to let others die for you? You are not Tuoba Ling. You are Ling Xiao." Tuoba Fengdun suddenly said, "Huh, I did not expect that someone would recognize me in this place. It looks like I can no longer conceal my identity. That's right, I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao smiled. He had originally used the name Tuoba Ling to avoid being targeted by the Qin nation's royal family. However, since this was the dragon cult's territory, there was no need for that. Hence, he simply admitted it. Furthermore, since he had been recognized, there was no point in denying it. At this moment, Hu Yanlan and Hu Yanhong cried out in alarm. It was not just them. The surrounding guests also cried out in alarm. He is the final disciple of the dragon cult's sect master, Chun Bai. Heavens, no wonder he is so strong. No wonder the Red Witch said that she was not worthy of him. This guy is a monster that defeated the third sect elder. Not just the third sect elder. His name has long since spread throughout the Qin nation. He killed the 8th prince, Jihyun of Silla, and annihilated the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion. With such strength, no wonder. The crowd discussed fervently. They were finally shocked by Ling Xiao's true identity. "Old thing, since you know my true identity, let me go. Don't do anything stupid while your Tuoba residence is still alive." Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Fengdun and said indifferently, "That's impossible." Tuoba Fengdun released a terrifying aura that only someone at the peak of the Yinyang realm's 11th level of hell could possess. Although he had heard of Ling Xiao's fame, he could not be frightened by a child. Otherwise, he would not be able to establish himself in Cold Frost Town. "You want to die?" Ling Zhao's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. It was as if he could control Tuoba Fengduan's life and death at will. These 3 words made Tuoba Fengdun feel even more uncomfortable. A child, a 16 or 17-year-old child, who had reincarnated into the world. He actually dared to say that in front of so many people. It was as if he was saying that the Tuoba family's patriarch was not worth mentioning. I want to die. Tuoba Fengdun sneered and said, I already knew that you were Ling Xiao, but I still dared to stop you because I am not afraid of you. I have all your information here. You can scare others, but you can't scare me. You have done something that I can't forgive. Therefore, I have decided not to kill you first. Hearing this, everyone felt strange. Wasn't Tuoba Fengdun very angry? Why didn't he kill Ling Xiao? However, Tuoba Fengduan's next words made them understand. I won't kill you, but I will destroy your cultivation. I will cut off your limbs. I will make you a real good-for-nothing. I will let you watch the red, which marry my grandson. Consummate the marriage with him. That feeling of helplessness must be very painful for you, right? Tuoba Fengduan's voice was a little crazy. His expression was extremely ferocious. From his voice, everyone could hear a terrifying cruelty and coldness. If you talk too much, people will think that you are a coward. Since you want to torture me, why don't you do it? Chapter 2780. Old thing, you're afraid of me. Ling Xiao didn't show fear or anger on his face. Instead, he showed a mocking smile. I'm afraid of you? You think I'm afraid of a brat like you? Tuoba Fengduan's anger burned even brighter. A strange green image gradually appeared behind him. It looked like a ferocious bull demon. However, it was different from an ordinary bull demon. Strange. Why do I feel the aura of the divine ox from his martial soul? Could the azure bull palace of the Tuoba residents be related to the divine ox? Ling Zhao's beast god martial souls were the sun god and the divine ox. The sun god didn't just have a martial soul, it also had all the inheritances. That was why it could awaken those abilities. The divine ox only had a martial soul, so it could only make the divine ox's beast god stronger. It couldn't awaken any abilities. If the green ox palace really had something to do with the ox god, then he had really stumbled upon a good thing this time. Since you're not afraid of me, why don't you make a move? You've heard of my name and know what I've done. That's why you're afraid of me. You're afraid of me. Although you're very strong, you don't have the confidence to defeat me. Am I wrong? Nonsense. Why would my grandfather be afraid of you? Tuoba Yunfan roared. You don't have to say anything. Stop your legs from trembling before you talk to me. Ling Xiao glanced at Tuoba Yunfan with disdain. He thought to himself, since Tuoba Fengdun is afraid of me and doesn't dare to make a move, why is he still keeping me alive? Is he waiting for reinforcements? Yes, that must be it. This guy knows my true identity. He must have already informed the Qin Nation's royal family. He's always been a fence-sitter. It's normal for him to betray the dragon cult and join the Qin Nation. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly felt even less anxious. He wanted to know Chun Bai's whereabouts. Only an expert from the Qin Nation would know. This time, he had to be more prepared. If the Chun Nation sent the Lightning Emperor or an ancestor, he would be able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, it would be too depressing if he was injured by the Lightning Emperor again. Tuoba Fengdun had to admit that he might not be afraid, but he was definitely wary. Ling Zhao's strength was a mystery. To humans, the unknown was the most terrifying. He was not sure of Ling Zhao's cultivation level, nor was he sure of Ling Zhao's true strength. This was even more frightening than encountering an Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the 12th level of hell. However, since Ling Xiao had already seen through him, he could not wait any longer. All right, since you're in a hurry to die, This old man will fulfill your wish. Tuoba Fongdun decided to make a move. Since he couldn't use words to stall for time, then he could only rely on fighting. He believed that the people from the Qin nation's royal family would arrive in time. After all, Ling Xiao was ranked first on the evilest list. To the Qin kingdom's royal family, it was a sore point. Only by getting rid of this thorn in his heart would he be able to rest easy. Boom! The cyan bull demon behind Tuoba Fongdun became more solid. His entire body was enveloped by the cyan light. It exuded a mysterious, ancient, and powerful aura. What martial soul is this? Ling Xiao asked. When you're about to die, I'll tell you. Tuoba Fongdun said coldly. Due to his fear, he did not dare to reveal too much about himself. This martial soul was only comprehended by a few people in the Tuoba family, so outsiders did not know its secret. This was the magical weapon that he had a chance of winning. You won't tell me? Then I'll beat you until you tell me. Ling Xiao shouted coldly as he stabbed out with the white jade flying dragon sword. A shocking sword chi pierced towards Tuoba Fengduan's throat. That was Ling Xiao's favorite position. Cyan Bull Mountain splitting slash. Tuoba Fengdun did not retreat in the face of Ling Xiao's sword light. This old man was also a veteran. He knew very well that once he retreated, he would lose the chance to defeat his opponent. Therefore, not only did he not retreat, but he also took a step forward. In that instant, the cyan bull demon behind him condensed a huge axe in its hands. Then, the axe slashed towards Ling Xiao crazily. It looked like Tuoba Fengdun was attacking, but it was actually the cyan bull demon's martial soul. Tuoba Fengdun was wrapped in cyan light, as if he had become a warrior controlling a huge mecha puppet. His mecha puppet, on the other hand, was his martial soul. This fighting method is quite unique. Don't warriors who possess beast martial spirits usually use fusion transformation? Ling Xiao was somewhat curious about Tuoba Fengduan's fighting style. But he was just curious. His attack did not stop. Chi, chi, the white sword shadow kept tearing apart the cyan light from the huge axe. There was still some pressure. However, it was just a little bit of pressure. Cyan Bull Mountain splitting slash sounded tacky, but it was a genuine first heaven of the immortal grade martial technique. Together with the strange cyan bull demon martial soul, it could unleash the power of a second heaven of the immortal grade martial technique. In the Chun country, there were very few martial artists who could use a second heaven of the immortal grade martial technique. No wonder the Tuoba family could dominate the Cold Frost town. With this move alone, no one within a radius of several hundred miles was a match for him. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The sword intent on the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand became even crazier. Profound inner force poured into it, and the indomitable power of the heavenly earth queen poured into it. Ling Xiao's sword became even sharper, but this was not enough. The moment Ling Xiao attacked, he entered the purple lightning bull transformation state. For some reason, he felt that the green bull palace of the Tuoba family had something to do with the bull god. So he wanted to see if the bull god beast soul would have any strange reaction when the purple lightning bull beast soul transformed. Under the transformation state, Ling Xiao's fighting strength soared again. The white jade flying dragon sword in his hand flickered with purple lightning. Break for me. A terrifying sword light was released. Ling Xiao's entire body emitted an unstoppable sharp sword intent. Destroy everything. Cut everything. Invincible. Unstoppable. Under the sudden attack of the sword light, the axe shadows instantly collapsed. Even the giant axe formed by the green light began to crack. Tuoba Fengduan's expression changed drastically. Tell me, who are you waiting for? Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and sharp. He knew that Tuoba Fongdun was hiding some secret. It was a secret that he did not know, and this secret might even be related to Chunbai. Retreat. Tuoba Fongdun could feel that the unstoppable sword was enough to directly destroy the giant axe formed by the green light. It might even split his body into two. He did not answer Ling Zhao's words. Instead, he sped up and retreated. Although he looked a little pathetic, Tuoba Fongdun knew that, if he did not do this, he was going to die. However, in the next moment, Tuoba Fongdun's face turned incomparably pale. Chapter 2781. Tuoba Fongdun's expression was unsightly. He realized that no matter how he retreated, the sword was getting closer and closer to him. The swallowing sword qi was pressed against his throat. He believed that he would die if Duan Fongdun pushed it forward. Wait! Tuoba Fongdun suddenly shouted. What are you waiting for? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Actually, I saved Elder Kong of the Chun Nation's royal family. He's one of the 5 ancestors of the Chun Nation's royal family. Tuoba Fongdun shouted. Are you joking? How could you save such an expert? Ling Xiao had never seen the 5 ancestors of the Chun Nation's royal family. However, he knew that Chun Sangxiong and the Lightning Seigneur had quickly broken through and become extremely powerful under the guidance of the 5 old fellows. How could the 5 old fellows be weak? I'm not joking. Elder Kong was injured by the dragon cult's leader, Chun Bai, and hid in our Tuoba residence. Tuoba Fongdun said, As long as you don't kill me, I'll take you to see him. I know you have a grudge against the Chun Nation's royal family. Elder Kong's life in exchange for mine. Is that enough? You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. Ling Xiao felt that this was a good deal. There was no point in killing Tuoba Fongdun, but if he could capture Elder Kong of the Chun Kingdom's royal family alive, then it would be too amazing. Moreover, from Tuoba Fongdun's words, Chun Bai seemed to have defeated Elder Kong. Since that was the case, it should be fine. He could also breathe a sigh of relief. You should put down your sword first, right? Tuoba Fongdun smiled bitterly. Sure, I don't think you can escape from my grasp. Ling Xiao withdrew his sure-kill sword. If he wanted to get Elder Kong, he had to show his sincerity. Of course, if Tuoba Fongdun played any tricks, then his sword would not stop next time. Yunfan, it's up to you. Suddenly, Tuoba Fongdun, who had escaped, shouted. Then, more than 10 tentacles condensed from green light extended from the ground. They looked like the tails of an ox, tightly entangling Ling Xiao's limbs, neck, and body. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? You are indeed stronger than me, but you are still too inexperienced. Tuoba Fongdun laughed crazily. He had already imprisoned Ling Xiao. Now, as long as Tuoba Yunfan killed Ling Xiao, that would be enough. Tuoba Yunfan's legs stopped trembling. At this moment, he knew that his chance for revenge had arrived. He rushed over and rushed towards Ling Xiao. A powerful dragon seal condensed in his hand and blasted towards the bound Ling Xiao. I told you not to court death, but you insisted on dying. Don't blame me. Even though he was bound, Ling Xiao's voice was still calm and indifferent. Ling Xiao, you are still putting on an act. Not to mention you. Even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the early stage of the 12th level of Hell can't break free from my green light. You are dead meat. Tuoba Fongdun sneered. You are right. This thing of yours is indeed very sturdy. But the question is, can you really bind me? As he spoke, Ling Xiao, who was bound by the green light, gradually turned into a figure condensed from lightning. Heavenly Thunder Guards. The red witch heaved a sigh of relief. She really thought that Ling Xiao was careless. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao was prepared. However, it was strange to use the Heavenly Thunder Guards like this. When the heavenly thunder guards appeared, Ling Xiao appeared beside Tuoba Yunfan. He raised the white jade flying dragon sword. "How dare you?" Tuoba Fengdun was anxious and roared crazily. "Ha ha, you should worry about yourself first. If he dies, you will be next." What did Ling Xiao not dare to do? How could he not dare to kill Tuoba Yunfan? He had even killed the lightning sage. Tuoba Yunfan was nothing to him. To be honest, he had already given Tuoba Yunfan a chance to live. He did not expect himself to be so merciful. However, Tuoba Yunfan still wanted to kill him. How could he let go of the person who tried to kill him? Chi. With a soft sound, Tuoba Yunfan's throat was pierced. His consciousness was quickly blurring. His eyes were filled with regret and fear. He was the most outstanding genius in Cold Frost Town. He once had a bright future. He could dominate this area and kidnap women as he wished. He could take other people's wives as he wished. Nothing had ever happened to him. He had never married, but he had played with more than 1,000 women. He had never thought that he would be killed because of a woman. However, today, fate seemed to have decided to give him retribution. The instant Tuoba Yunfan's corpse fell to the ground, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone could only hear his rapidly accelerating heartbeat. Panic spread throughout the hall. Tuoba Yunfan was actually dead. The successor of the Tuoba residents, the most outstanding genius in Cold Frost Town, was no match for Ling Xiao. Not even a match for Tuoba Yunfan. This was because Tuoba Yunfan had sneak attacked Ling Xiao and was killed. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent, without the slightest bit of sympathy or pity. He had used these two emotions too many times before. Unfortunately, others did not cherish them. So strong, really strong. The rumors are true. This youth has already become an existence second only to Chen Songxiong in the entire Chen nation. No, I seem to have heard that he even defeated Chen Songxiong. The crowd discussed spiritedly. Although they didn't necessarily believe the rumors from the outside world, what was happening before their eyes was true. Facing the pincer attack of Tuoba Fengdun and Tuoba Yunfan, Ling Xiao easily killed Tuoba Yunfan. "You killed him. You killed the grandson that I valued the most." Tuoba Fengduan's voice was like the roar of a wild beast. "No, you are the one who killed him." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If he did not attack me, he would naturally be alive today. Unfortunately, he had an insensible grandfather." No, it's you. You killed him. You killed my grandson. I will kill you. I will kill you." Tuoba Fengdun seemed to have gone mad. The cyan light behind him became irregular, and the eyes of the cyan demonic bull seemed to have turned red. He did not even feel pity for Tuoba Yunfan's death. However, Tuoba Yunfan was dead. The most outstanding successor of the Tuoba residents was dead. The Tuoba residents had no future. What was the point of living? He had to fight with his life. Even if he could not defeat Ling Xiao, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Fengdun in disdain and said, "You have said that you want to kill me at least 10 times, right? Heavenly thunder, divine guards, exploding lightning." He suddenly snapped his fingers. The heavenly thunder divine guards that were entangled by the azure light exploded. The terrifying lightning followed the tentacles and blasted Tuoba Fengduan's body. For a moment, Tuoba Fengdun looked like he had been thrown into a fire and roasted. His skin was charred black. Even his hair was burnt. The air was filled with a burnt smell. Chapter 2782. It seems like this lightning isn't enough to kill you. But remember, Tuoba Fengdun, I won't show any mercy in my next attack. You're too shameless. I'm not in the mood to make a deal with you. Although Tuoba Fengduan's sneak attack didn't hurt him, Ling Xiao didn't want to continue the conversation. Tuoba Fongdun was too shameless. The success rate of making a deal with him was too low. He might as well kill Tuoba Fongdun and absorb his memories. He didn't hesitate anymore. He thrust the white jade flying dragon sword forward and released a terrifying sword essence. Tuoba Fongdun closed his eyes as he faced Ling Xiao. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. He seemed to be blind, as only the whites of his eyes could be seen. At the same time, the green light behind him completely drilled into his body. Ling Xiao's sword just happened to stab him at this moment. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The sword didn't pierce through Tuoba Fongdun's throat. It's useless. You can't hurt me anymore. Although I'm in great pain every time I let the Azure Demon control my body, I've lost my cultivation. I can't do anything about it, but I don't care if it's to kill you. Although Tuoba Fongdun's eyes were a little strange, Lin Huang could tell that he still had some consciousness left. Kill, 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 die for me, die for me. Tuoba Fongdun roared and threw out countless axe shadows from his hands. They were all formed by green light, and they were extremely powerful. His face was contorted in pain and malevolence. The attacks were aimed at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao could only retreat. Is this the legendary Azure Demon possession in the Tuoba mansion? Some people in the crowd who were close to the Tuoba family had heard of it before. What's the Azure Demon possession? Someone asked. The Azure Demon possession is similar to the dragon cult's demonic dragon possession. If one's soul power isn't as strong as his martial soul's consciousness, his body will be taken over. But at the same time, his defense, attack, and speed will be greatly enhanced. In the past, I've only heard of it, but I've never seen Tuoba Fongdun use it. Today, my horizons have been broadened. It's not that he didn't want to use it in the past, but that there was no need for him to use it. The side effects of the Azure Demon possession are obviously too great. Now, he had no choice but to use it against Ling Xiao. This young man is too terrifying. He actually forced the Tuoba family's patriarch to such an extent. Do you think that young man can withstand it? It's hard to say. The Azure Demon possession is too powerful. It can almost allow Tuoba Fongdun to unleash the battle prowess of an early-stage Yin-Yang realm cultivator at the 12th level of hell. No matter how strong that young man is, no matter how monstrous he is, if his cultivation is not high enough, I'm afraid he won't be a match for him. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer as he listened to the crowd's discussion. He had relied on losing his consciousness to become stronger and completely gave himself to the monsters. He had done this kind of thing before. Therefore, he knew very well what the weakness of this state was. However, even if he knew the weakness, he did not intend to exploit it. The feeling of killing Tuoba Fongdun, who was possessed by the Azure Demon face to face, was exhilarating. Only then would it be of greater help to him. He took a deep breath. The white jade flying dragon sword was put away. The blood thunder emperor sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, the blood-red sword martial soul appeared behind his back. Not only that, the rest of the beast's souls also appeared. What's that? The crowd was stunned. They had never seen a person who could release several martial souls at the same time. I heard that Ling Xiao seems to have inherited the beast god. That's why he can use several beast souls at the same time. His true martial soul should be the sword martial soul. Someone said, but I'm very familiar with that sword. It's the blood thunder emperor sword of the 14th prince, Chun Sangxiong. How did it end up in Ling Xiao's hands? Is it true that he defeated Chun Sangxiong? Hearing this, the crowd was even more shocked. How many surprises was this young man going to give them? Hu Yanhong was completely numb at this moment. Trash? Ha! If this young man was trash, What was she, Hu Yanhong, considered as playing tricks? You still can't escape death. Tuoba Fengdun roared. The huge demonic shadow pounced on Ling Xiao. The power in his body was almost completely released, because the Azure Demon did not care whether Tuoba Fengdun's body would collapse because of this. His purpose was to kill Ling Xiao. However, facing such an attack, Ling Xiao smiled. Such a martial soul is really a waste in your hands. Ling Xiao took a small step forward with his right leg. Then, he held the Blood Thunder Emperor sword with both hands. A terrifying aura kept pouring into the blood-red longsword. Behind him, a black figure appeared. To deal with you, the black immortal of great success is enough. Kill. In the roar, the Blood Thunder Emperor sword stabbed out. The blood-red black immortal turned into a sword chi and rushed toward the Azure Demon. Swish! It was like a knife cutting through cloth. The defense that Tuoba Fengdun was so proud of, and he thought that it was absolutely impenetrable, was actually torn apart so easily. Die! Ling Xiao kept his sword and was ready to end today's battle. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura that made him feel extremely pressured. Ding! The black immortal sword chi was blocked by a finger and easily dissolved. An old man appeared in front of Tuoba Fengdun. What an impressive and domineering young man. It's a pity that your fate and your legend will end here. After blocking Ling Xiao's attack, the old man looked at Ling Xiao with disdain in his eyes. It was as if he was judging Ling Xiao's fate. Elder Kong. Tuoba Fengdun sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally here. The one who attacked was actually Elder Kong, whom he had saved. Ling Xiao would never have the chance to kill him again. Oh, an expert from the 12th floor of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao took a few steps back and looked warily at the old man who had suddenly appeared, and said coldly, "What? It's Elder Kong, an expert from the 12th floor of hell." Everyone looked at the old man, who suddenly appeared in horror. He was one of the legendary existences in the Chun Nation's royal family. Many people thought that the legend of the 5 old men was fake. They did not expect this old man to really appear today. Because of Ling Xiao, he appeared in this remote cold frost town. If this old man still did not appear, the entire Tuoba family would be destroyed, and this family would no longer have any value. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand to save a beautiful woman. He flattened the Tuoba family and spread his name throughout the Chun Nation. If this old man did not appear, this would be what would happen next. Then would Elder Kong's appearance change? All of this, after all, he was powerful enough to fight against the dragon cult's leader. Chun Bai. Chapter 2783. Elder Kong, help me kill this brat. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Chun Kingdom's royal family. Tuoba Fengdun knelt before Elder Kong. If Ling Xiao did not die today, his Tuoba family would not have the face to continue existing. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. Actually, Elder Kong would not let Ling Xiao go even if he did not say anything. His eyes were cold and completely locked onto Ling Xiao, blocking all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. Ling Xiao, you really surprise me. You're only 16 years old after reincarnating, but you're already at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm in the first revolution. If you obediently submit to the Chun Kingdom's royal family, I can write off all the things you've done. But if you don't, I'll bring you back to Thunder City and hang you at the city gate for the crows to eat your flesh. As Elder Kong spoke, his body emitted a killing intent that had completely condensed into substance. The surrounding people did not doubt that this killing intent could kill. It was not just a feeling. He's actually at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm in the first revolution. No wonder. No wonder he's so powerful. No wonder he could easily force Tuoba Fengdun, who's at the same cultivation level, into a dead end. If Elder Kong had not appeared in time, Tuoba Fongdun would have died long ago. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. They had only heard of the 14th prince, Chun Songxiong, who had reached the first revolution at such a young age. What if I say no? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Old man, you're very strong, but do you really have the confidence to kill me? Don't forget, I killed the Lightning Supreme. Although that old thing underestimated me, you don't really think that I can't fight you at all, do you? What? The Lightning Supreme was really killed by him. Didn't Lord Lightning Supreme say that he had broken through the 12th level of the first revolution? Ling Xiao's words shocked everyone even more. This was too inconceivable. You're courting death. If the Lightning Supreme had not been injured by Chen Bai, how could you have killed him? Since you are so stubborn, then this old man will let you understand what a true expert is. A Yin-Yang realm expert at the 12th level of hell is definitely not someone you can fight against. Elder Kong actually did not believe that Ling Xiao killed the Lightning Sage with his own ability. He had always believed that the Lightning Sage's death had more to do with Chen Bai. In other words, it was Chen Bai who had killed him, and Ling Xiao had only added a stab. Regarding this, Ling Xiao did not explain. It was actually a good thing that the other party didn't believe him. This way, the other party would definitely underestimate him. His chance had come. Boom! Under Elder Kong's rage, a gale suddenly blew within the hall. His strength roared in all directions, causing the guests in the main hall to tremble in fear. Then, a ball of green lightning began to jump on his right hand. The martial artists of the Chun Nation's royal family all possessed lightning-type martial spirits. However, the lightning was different for each person. There was black lightning, blood lightning, green lightning, purple lightning, and 9 heavens divine lightning. The 5 martial spirits of the Chun Nation's royal family's 5 martial spirits were precisely these 5 types of lightning. The first 4 types had different uses, but their power was basically the same. Only the 9 heavens divine lightning martial spirit was formed from heavenly lightning from 100,000 years ago. It was an ancient martial spirit and was extremely powerful. It was above the other 4 types of lightning martial spirits. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know all of this. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was Elder Kong, who possessed the green lightning martial spirit. The green lightning continuously swallowed and spat out. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, causing the guests to feel fear in their hearts. However, Ling Xiao did not escape. Not only did he not escape, but he also took a step forward. The Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand appeared even more bizarre under the illumination of the green lightning. Even if he was facing an opponent that he could not defeat, Ling Xiao was still fearless. You said that the Lightning Supreme was not killed by me. Then that's good. I'll let you try the sword technique that I used to kill the Lightning Supreme. I hope you won't retreat. Ling Xiao chuckled, and his body instantly transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon martial spirit. The combination of the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword and the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon martial spirit could naturally unleash his strength to the extreme. At the same time, the Sword martial spirit and the rest of the beast spirits also appeared behind him. Facing Elder Kong, he did not dare to be careless. Not only that, he began to circulate the tyrannical martial spirit, heavenly dragon power, divine phoenix power, white tiger power, condense. People were surprised to find that 3 types of divine beast phantoms representing the 3 continents appeared and then merged into Ling Xiao's body. They did not know what this was. Only Ling Xiao knew that this was the 3 types of power that the tyrannical martial spirit had condensed after absorbing the 3 continents. At this moment, Ling Xiao became even stronger. The power seemed to be boiling in his body and gushing out from the blood thunder imperial sword. Oh, you still think that you killed the Lightning Supreme? Ridiculous! Do you really think your swordsmanship can hurt this old man? Even your master, Chun Bai, may not dare to be so frivolous in front of me. The corner of Elder Kong's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. He had heard that this Ling Xiao was extremely arrogant. Today he saw that it was indeed so. Not to mention that he did not believe that Ling Xiao could hurt the Lightning Supreme. Even if the Lightning Supreme was really killed by Ling Xiao, he was much stronger than the Lightning Supreme. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. Whether I can hurt you or not, we'll know once we try, Ling Xiao said indifferently. All right, then you can try. Let's see if I'll blast you into pieces first, or if you can hurt me. As he spoke, the green lightning in Elder Kong's hand jumped even more wildly. Then it turned into a green lightning bird. A terrifying power spread throughout the entire hall. A destructive aura made the guests tremble. Too domineering, too terrifying. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. Shadow martial arts ultimate skill, Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Small success. Ling Xiao slowly raised the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword with both hands. Although the speed was not fast, everyone could feel the terrifying power released by the sword. At the instant the sword pierced towards Elder Kong, everyone seemed to have seen the surroundings of Ling Xiao's body being enveloped by a ball of black-colored illusions. This black phantom was like a demon fairy emitting a cold and overbearing aura. In the heavens and on earth, only I am supreme. People even had an illusion that they were not in the Tuoba Manor's main hall, but in the gloomy and terrifying demon domain. This feeling was even more obvious and terrifying than when Ling Xiao used black, immortal descends. So terrifying. Is this Ling Xiao's strongest sword skill? In front of this sword skill, we are like ants. Hu Yanlan held Hu Yanhong's hand tightly, but she still could not resist the fear and chill. If she wasn't sure that Ling Xiao would not hurt them, she would have fainted. Is this his true strength? It's too terrifying. Chapter 2784. Hu Yanhong's body trembled violently again. Every time Ling Xiao exploded, it was a kind of torture to her. It would make her think of the vicious words she said to Ling Xiao. Fortunately, she only said nasty words and did not do anything. Otherwise, she would have fallen into the depths of hell long ago. The lightning bird and the bright demon immortal sword Qi collided violently. Endless light was released in the main hall. Everyone temporarily lost their vision. At the same time, the entire main hall collapsed, and everyone ran for their lives. They came to an even more spacious courtyard. The crazy raging power gradually stopped until the main hall was completely razed to the ground. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Ling Xiao's figure appeared. He was suspended in midair. His green robe was still the same, and his black hair danced in the wind. He still exuded the domineering aura of a youth. On the other side, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Elder Kong's mouth. He was injured. He was injured by Ling Xiao. He had just recovered from the injury left by Chun Bai, and now he was injured by Chun Bai's disciple. Although the injury was not serious, it was a shame. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Good. Very good. Really very good. I now believe that you do have the strength to kill the lightning seigneur. Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. This move should be an Immortal Grade 3rd, Heaven Martial Technique, right? It's a pity that you're not skilled enough. Otherwise, I would really have to run away from that sword just now. Now, this old man must kill you. Otherwise, if I let you continue to grow, the Chun Kingdom's royal family will not be safe. Elder Kong was extremely shocked. Ling Zhao's talent and aptitude were far beyond his imagination. He could actually master a immortal grade third heaven martial technique when he was only at the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. This was something that even Chen Songxiong, who was recognized as the #1 genius, could not do. Ling Xiao actually did it. Fortunately, the other party's sword move was only at the initial stage. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured when he underestimated his opponent. In the following battles, he would no longer underestimate his opponent. He wanted to kill the young man in front of him with all his might. Boom! Behind him, the Cyan Thunder martial soul was finally released. Elder Kong, who was already extremely powerful to begin with, had become even more terrifying. On the other hand, Ling Xiao seemed to have not heard Elder Kong's words. Instead, his gaze looked towards a certain spot in the hall that had been destroyed. There, a strange light was constantly being released. Others might not be able to see it, but it could not escape his Tai Chi eye. What was even more miraculous was that his divine ox beast soul had some sort of reaction with the light. Could that be the entrance to the Azure Ox Palace? Ling Xiao was a little surprised and began to move in that direction. Damn it, brat, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Elder Kong's old face was flushed red. Obviously, he was angered by Ling Xiao. I can't kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, that was already the strongest attack I can unleash at the moment, and it only lightly injured you because you underestimated your opponent. Next, I naturally have to think about fleeing for my life. Kid, don't even think about fooling me. I've already acknowledged your strength, so it's impossible for me to look down on you anymore. Elder Kong said coldly. Earlier, he was still clamoring that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to kill the Lightning Sage. In the end, after a single move, he became extremely concerned about Ling Xiao. It was truly ironic. The surrounding guests sighed without end. The young swordsman had become completely famous in a single battle. One had to know that the ancestor of the Qin Kingdom's royal family could be said to be the strongest existence in the entire Qin Kingdom. Ling Xiao was actually able to exchange a single move with him and even injure him. This simply caused them to feel that it was slightly inconceivable. The battle still continued, but their hearts started to tighten. At this moment, they hoped that this young man could live. After all, the young man was a disciple of the dragon cult, and they belonged to the dragon cult. They could be considered to be on the same side. Not to mention that the young man's strength and bravery truly made them feel reverence. Die, kid. I'm going to completely obliterate you. I can't leave a future threat like you alive. Elder Kong took a deep breath, then spread his legs and put his palms together. Green lightning flickered in his palms. After a moment, his palms gradually separated, and a long sword condensed from green lightning appeared in his palms. Then, Elder Kong held the long sword in his hand, and lightning crazily surged on his body. His body instantly rushed forward, and the long sword condensed from green lightning directly pierced Ling Zhao's vital points. Everyone could feel that this sword was much stronger than the previous Thunderbird. Ling Xiao, what should we do? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They realized that the young man was still using the same move. Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. A low voice came from Ling Zhao's mouth, and an incomparably cold sword light bloomed from his Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. It was full of destructive power, causing people to tremble with fear. This sword was cold and murderous. This sword was terrifying and valiant. The demon immortal of the dark, hell descended once again, cruel and tyrannical, ready to destroy everything in sight. Chi, chi, the sound of the air being cut was ear-piercing. On the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, there were even blood-red lightning constantly jumping. Ling Xiao did not use his sky-dominating power, but he infused the power of blood lightning and the power of lava into his sword. He did not lie, other than the butterfly lady's soul and the sky tyrant force. This sword was indeed his strongest attack at this stage. This sword was clearly still at the minor success stage, but its power seemed to be stronger than before. Ling Xiao's battle intent rose again in the battle, as if it was indestructible. Boom! A terrifying aura swept across the entire battlefield. The green lightning sword and the blood thunder imperial sword collided. Ling Xiao was sent flying for more than 10 meters before he forcefully stabbed the blood thunder imperial sword into the ground and stopped his retreat. Puff! Elder Kong, this old thing, was indeed powerful. Ling Xiao felt that his internal organs were damaged from this collision, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He was injured. Ha ha! Ling Xiao, didn't you want to kill me? Aren't you very capable? With Elder Kong around, you won't be able to touch me again, let alone kill me. Seeing this, Tuoba Fengdun was completely relieved. He laughed wildly with excitement. Don't worry, after you die, I'll take good care of your woman for you. Since my grandson can't marry the Red, which I'll make her give birth to another son, ha ha ha. Ling Xiao supported himself with his sword and looked coldly at Tuoba Fengdun. Next sword, I'll kill you. A cold voice came out from his mouth. You can't kill him. Elder Kong said indifferently, with me around, you can't kill him. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao was only slightly injured under his powerful attack. As long as Ling Xiao was injured, it meant that Ling Xiao was not immortal, and he could kill him. Chapter 2785. With me here, you won't be able to kill Tuoba Fengdun. Elder Kong stood in front of Tuoba Fengdun and said arrogantly, Is that so? Not necessarily. Ling Xiao slowly rose to his feet and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. He took another step forward while emitting a ferocious sword intent. It was the same move again. Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. You really don't have any other moves. If that's the case, I'll send you to your death with this attack to prevent any unexpected events from happening. Elder Kong was relieved when he saw Ling Xiao using the same move again. If Ling Xiao still had other moves, he would not use the same move so frequently. Perhaps Ling Xiao really wasn't lying. This move was already his strongest move. Elder Kong held the blue thunderous sword and stabbed at Ling Xiao once again. The blue thunderous martial spirit behind him roared wildly. So what if it's the same move? I'm not going to kill you. Ling Xiao's lips curled upward into a cold grin. At the moment when his attack collided with Elder Kong's attack, Elder Kong's expression changed drastically. Ling Xiao disappeared. Demon Dragon Illusion. What? Although Elder Kong had expected Ling Xiao to ambush Tuoba Fengdun with his movement technique, he did not expect Ling Xiao's movement technique to be so skillful. It's a movement technique of the 3rd layer immortal grade, and it's so skillful. This kid's talent is really enviable. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Ling Xiao had already appeared behind Tuoba Fengdun. His eyes were filled with piercingly cold killing intent. You shouldn't have provoked me. It's very easy for you to die. Ling Xiao's sword pierced towards Tuoba Fengdun without any hesitation or hesitation. He knew that Elder Kong was extremely quick too. It would only take him a few moments to kill Tuoba Fengdun. At that instant, Elder Kong's face darkened, while Tuoba Fengdun's expression changed tremendously. His heart shuddered violently as the shadow of death loomed over him. At the same time, on the road leading to Frosty Town, 3 people were flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. The person at the front exuded a domineering aura. His black battle robe made him look like a devil. He was the leader of the dragon cult, Chun Bai. The person in the middle was the youngest. She was not even 20 years old yet. Her appearance was devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, his strength was also extraordinary. She was one of the two strongest disciples of the dragon cult, Mu Qing. The last person was as cold as ice. He was dressed in white and looked like a block of ice in winter. This person was the vice sect leader of the dragon cult, Xiao Muyu. There was only one goal for the three of them to go to Frost Town, and that was to save Ling Xiao. They had heard the news that Ling Xiao had gone to Tuoba Mansion from Patriarch Huyen. Chun Bai loved his disciple dearly, so he naturally went to save her. Mu Qing had come for the Red Witch. She happened to hear about this because Ling Xiao was her friend and her savior. She had to save him even more. As for Xiao Muyu, Mu Qing was her only disciple. She was also like a daughter to her. Ling Xiao was Mu Qing's savior, so she naturally had to save him. Any one of the three experts could easily annihilate the Tuoba residents. Today, the three of them had appeared at the same time. Just as the three experts were rushing to Frosty Town, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced toward Tuoba Fengduan's throat. This move was still the demonic immortal sword shadow. No one understood why Ling Xiao used this move so frequently. Was it really just because it was the strongest? Tuoba Fengduan did not have time to think about it. In the face of life and death, he erupted with the most powerful aura in his life. He could not die. He could not be killed by Ling Xiao. He was the patriarch of the Tuoba family, the overlord of a region. Even the dragon cult and the Chun Kingdom's royal family wanted to rope him in. Now, this ignorant brat was using this fleeting opportunity to kill him. Did he really think he was a piece of trash? This was simply a great insult to him. He admitted that he might not be a match for Ling Xiao, but he absolutely did not believe that he could not block Ling Xiao's attack. He was the overlord of Frosty Town. How noble was his status? Even the dragon cult's deputy sect master, Phoenix in the Cloud, and the Chun Kingdom's Thunder Emperor had to show some respect to him. All the cultivators within a 50-mile radius were in awe of him. When they saw him, they had to bow their heads and submit to him. However, Ling Xiao, a 16-year-old youth, had humiliated him with only a 1-meter-long sword. He treated him as an ant that could be killed at any time. How could he tolerate this? The green bull demon was roaring. Tuoba Fengduan was roaring. He used all his strength and punched out. He tried to use his attack to block Ling Xiao's sure-kill attack. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could kill him so easily. A frenzied green light flashed in the courtyard. Tuoba Fengduan had almost transformed into a green bull demon. However, Ling Xiao still had an indifferent smile on his face. This attack can't kill Elder Kong, but it's more than enough to kill you. The terrifying demonic immortal destroyed the green bull demon and easily pierced Tuoba Fengduan's throat. Tuoba Fengduan died in one strike. The Tuoba family's main combat strength was completely wiped out. Tuoba Fengduan, Tuoba Yunfan, and Tuoba you could be said to be the three strongest people in the Tuoba family. However, they all died under Ling Xiao's sword. Lamentable, lamentable. Their deaths were not to be regretted. They did not take Ling Xiao seriously. However, they only realized how terrifying and powerful Ling Xiao was when they were about to die. Before people could be shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, Elder Kong's furious attack had already appeared in front of Ling Xiao. What a disgrace! Ling Xiao actually killed Tuoba Fengduan in front of him. This was simply a slap to his face. He had just said that Tuoba Fengduan would not die as long as he was around. Ling Xiao immediately showed him what a slap to the face was. He could not let Ling Xiao live. Therefore, he swore to kill Ling Xiao with this attack. However, Ling Xiao had already calculated everything. At the same time that Elder Kong's sword struck over, Ling Xiao had utilized his true strongest defense. His body transformed into the Jade Rabbit avatar. At the same time, he used the jade technique. In people's eyes, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a huge jade sculpture. Elder Kong's attack did not have any effect on the sculpture. Instead, it was bounced back. Strong. Too strong. This young man is going against the heavens. The guests really felt that today's excitement was about to make them numb. Perhaps they would feel numb when they ate the pepper for the first time. However, after eating it one after another, they were really numb and almost could not feel anything. Not only did Ling Xiao kill Tuoba Fengdan in front of Elder Kong, but he also blocked Elder Kong's sneak attack from behind. He was unharmed. They originally thought that even if Ling Xiao could kill Tuoba Fengdan, he would probably be seriously injured by Elder Kong. This kind of one-for-one situation was the most reasonable. However, they obviously still underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned to his original form. His body instantly transformed into the purple lightning bull beast soul. He also retreated to the Red Witch's side. Chapter 2786. Old thing, to be honest, you're really useless. If you can't even protect Tuoba Fengdan, how are you going to defend the Qin Kingdom's royal family? Why don't you die early so that you won't embarrass yourself in the future? Ling Xiao mocked. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. You despicable fellow, you must die. Crazy lightning gushed out from Elder Kong's body, and it actually shot dozens of meters high. Everyone in Frost Town saw this shocking scene. Elder Kong took a step forward, as if a thunder god had stepped out, and the entire ground shook. You've said it more than once that you want to kill me. Ling Xiao still had a mocking sneer on his face. You just said that as long as you're here, I won't be able to kill Tuoba Fengdan. But now I've killed him in front of you, and you can't do anything to me. You'll definitely die. I swear, if I can't kill you, I'll die in Tuoba's residence today. Elder Kong took another step forward, and the ground actually collapsed and shook. The hearts of the guests began to tremble crazily. However, Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression. It's best not to make such a vicious oath. Otherwise, you'll really die later, and there won't be a chance to regret it. Of course, he knew that Elder Kong was angry. He was completely angry, but anger was the expression he liked to see the most. Although the enemy's anger could increase one's combat strength, it would cause one's judgment to seriously decline. A fearless boorish man was actually the easiest to deal with. Regret? I won't regret it, Elder Kong said coldly. Kid, you're very good at shaking your opponent's determination. If your determination is shaken, your fighting spirit will naturally collapse. You won't be able to fully unleash your strength. Unfortunately, I won't fall for your trick. Now, in Cold Frost Town, you're the only one who can pose a threat to me. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. That's not necessarily true. Why do I feel that my master is about to arrive? Ling Xiao said with a smile. You don't have much time left. It's best if you kill me quickly and escape. Otherwise, once my master arrives, you'll become elder dead. Chunbai. Elder Kong frowned. He was indeed afraid of Chunbai, because the injuries he received before were caused by Chunbai. All right, then let's end this quickly. Regardless of whether what Ling Xiao said was true or not, he intended to end the battle quickly. He said that he would not be affected by Ling Xiao's words, but in the end, he still fell into Ling Xiao's trap. Ling Xiao utterly didn't know that Chunbai was coming, and he only wanted to make Elder Kong lose his ability to think and become infuriated. Moreover, he intended to end the battle swiftly. This way, there would be no time to come up with a strategy. When he saw Elder Kong had taken the bait, Ling Xiao once again released a formidable battle intent. Even when facing an opponent who was much stronger than him, his fighting spirit was always above his opponent. Not only did he not back down, he even exuded a domineering aura. So much so that the surrounding guests were full of confidence in him. This was a true martial artist. His expression wouldn't change, even if a mountain collapsed before him. His heart would be as calm as still water even if the heavens and the earth collapsed. Confidence, perseverance, and never give up. Kill. Elder Kong didn't have the time to think too much when he sensed Ling Xiao's soaring battle intent. He'd already decided to end the battle quickly. So this time, he wanted to use his strongest move to end the battle. He put away the Azure Lightning Sword. The Azure Lightning martial soul behind him transformed into an enormous Azure Lightning Divine Dragon that danced and coiled around his body. You should be proud that you died under this old man's attack. Azure Lightning Secret Technique, Descent of the Divine Dragon. Roar. A resonant dragon roar resounded. The divine dragon that was completely condensed from Azure Lightning roared as it opened its enormous mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. You finally used it? I've waited for a long time. What Ling Xiao hoped the most was for his opponent to execute his strongest attack. Because no matter who it was, the stronger the attack, the greater the consumption of inner strength, and the longer the time consumed. It was basically impossible to use it continuously. Even Ling Xiao had to pause for a moment every time he used the Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Elder Kong's attack seemed to be stronger than the initial success Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Then, the pause time would also be longer. Ling Xiao had been waiting for this opportunity. Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, block for me. Following Ling Xiao's roar, 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards appeared almost at the same time. Elder Kong's Thunder Dragon was indeed powerful. However, every time it destroyed a Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, it would be weakened by the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard's self-destruction. In fact, after destroying 31 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, the Thunder Dragon was already on its last breath. Elder Kong's attack could not be said to be weak, but Ling Xiao had always kept the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards and used, waiting for this opportunity. It's my turn, Elder Kong. Demonic Dragon Phantom. In an instant, Ling Xiao had already arrived behind Elder Kong, and didn't stop at all. The Demon Fairy Sword Shadow pierced out again. Oh no! Even Elder Kong definitely didn't expect that Ling Xiao still had the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Although he knew that Ling Xiao knew the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, he definitely didn't expect that Ling Xiao's Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards had already been cultivated to the perfection stage. His Thunder Dragon was completely exhausted, but it still couldn't completely destroy the 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who closed in and attacked. However, I haven't lived for so many years in vain. Do you think this old man only has one lei long? Elder Kong was indeed an old fox. He had clearly condensed 2 thunder dragons, but he hid one of them. It was to guard against Ling Xiao, because he was really afraid of this kid's tricks now. Can your demon Immortal Sword Shadow defeat my Azure Lightning Dragon? At a close distance, a thunder dragon suddenly rushed out from under Elder Kong's feet. That old thing had really hidden himself well. However, you have a trump card. Do you think I don't have one too? Don't forget that I still have a Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. The last Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard was also the strongest Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. Its combat strength was almost exactly the same as Ling Xiao's. Therefore, even if it was destroyed by blocking a Thunder Dragon alone, it would definitely be able to perish together with the Thunder Dragon. I admit that you are very smart, but you won't have a chance to attack after destroying my Thunder Dragon. Elder Kong broke out in cold sweat. This kid Ling Xiao was too cunning. Is that so? Then I'll have to disappoint you. Sun God's ability, Earth Elongating Golden Light Technique. Demon Fairy Sword Shadow, kill. A golden light suddenly flashed by, and together with the Demon Fairy Sword Shadow in Ling Xiao's hand, it pierced toward Elder Kong. At this moment, The only thing Elder Kong could do was to avoid being hit in his vitals, and the rest was to watch as Ling Xiao's sword pierced through his body. That feeling of helplessness caused him to feel shocked and also humiliated. He was actually forced to such an extent by a junior. Just a little bit more. Chapter 2787. Everyone looked at Elder Kong's pierced collarbone in shock. The clear bloodstain was like a mark of shame imprinted there. It was simply a ghastly sight. Old thing, you really know how to hide. You're indeed stronger than the Lightning Supreme. If it was the Lightning Supreme, he would have died under this sword. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Although this result was already pretty good, he was still not satisfied, because he could only use the same trick once. After the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard was used, it could not be used again for half an hour. But this old thing's Thunder Dragon could be used again in a short period of time. He was not satisfied, but Elder Kong was extremely shocked. He touched the wound on his collarbone that was gradually healing. Although the injury was not serious, if it was slightly to the right, it could directly pierce through his throat. At that time, he would really be killed by this kid. Not only would he lose his life, but he would also lose his face completely. Raising his head, Elder Kong's eyes were filled with endless blood red, endless hatred and anger. He had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did today. Without the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, I'll see how you're going to take my attack. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. I'll let you wail in endless pain as you die. The humiliation made him incomparably furious. His voice changed a little, becoming hysterical and incomparably crazy. So what if you don't have the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard? I've already figured out your tricks. I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I practice everything I've learned today? Ling Xiao held the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, but there was not the slightest bit of nervousness on his face. He looked at Elder Kong and said, "Old thing, do you believe that if I can stab you once, I can stab you a second time?" "I don't believe it. Azure Thunder Dragon, kill for me." This time, Elder Kong did not hold back. 2 Azure Thunder Dragons were released almost at the same time. Ling Xiao just stood there, pouring all his energy into the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand. "Old thing, you seem to have forgotten something. Why did I use the Demon Immortal Sword Shadow so frequently?" What? Elder Kong still hadn't understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced out. Devil Fairy Sword Shadow, Fire Mastery. That's right, using it frequently was for the sake of advancing in rank. It was a little difficult to make a breakthrough in cultivation. So Ling Xiao did not expect to be able to make a breakthrough in one go. However, he had already grasped the knack of upgrading his martial techniques. If he used it frequently and tried his best to succeed, he would accumulate a lot of experience. He could have used Black Immortal Advent to kill Tuoba Fengdan, but he used Devil Immortal Sword Shadow and succeeded in one try. He had accumulated a lot of experience. Moreover, he'd even used the Devil Immortal Sword to injure Elder Kong. Even though Zhang Xian didn't manage to kill the other party was still stronger than him. Thus, he was able to accumulate a lot of experience points. Therefore, the demonic Immortal Sword Shadow broke through. He knew that the Azure Lightning Dragon that Elder Kong used was a second-level immortal grade martial skill at the transformative realm. Its power was much stronger than the third heaven of immortal grade martial skill, Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. But if it was the Devil Immortal Sword Shadow who was proficient in fire, it would completely suppress the Azure Thunder Dragon. That was the case with this sword. A dark, domineering, and evil devil immortal. He tore apart 2 thunder dragons with one hand. Then, he pierced Elder Kong's abdomen with another sword. He's injured again. People were completely unable to comprehend such a strange scene. If it was said that Ling Xiao had used some tricks to injure Elder Kong the first time, Then what about this time? How did he do it? I've said it before. If I can stab you once, I can stab you a second time. Ling Xiao said calmly, I didn't expect you to use me to practice your sword. You infuriating junior, you're really too infuriating. Elder Kong's anger could not be quelled. Ling Xiao actually used him to improve the devil immortal sword shadow's mastery. How could he endure this? I'll kill you. I'll kill you, no matter what price I have to pay. Elder Kong went completely mad. If he was injured by Chen Bai, he could still accept it. But being injured by Ling Xiao was something he could not accept no matter what. *T. This old guy is going to go berserk. Ling Xiao frowned. In this world, he was not the only one who had methods to increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. Others had them too. However, all methods to increase one's combat strength in a short period of time would have very bad side effects. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, no one would use it. But today, Elder Kong felt that he had no choice but to use it. As long as he was more careful, there was basically no chance of Ling Xiao injuring him again. He was only injured because he did not expect Ling Xiao's sword skill to suddenly improve. But the problem was it enough not to be injured? If he could not kill Ling Xiao, where would he put his face? Violent thunder body tempering. The old man suddenly roared. Terrifying, furious thunder fell from the sky and blasted his body. Amidst the terrifying thunder, he let out a shrill scream as if he was enduring great pain. But along with the pain, his skin kept falling off like a worm shedding its shell. Along with this change was his terrifying combat strength that kept rising. *CKU. Ling Xiao shook his head and laughed bitterly. After all this, he still had to use the move he did not want to use the most. No, I'm not going to play with you. In any case, this kind of method to increase one's combat strength in a short period of time will be useless once the time has passed. Ling Xiao looked at the ball of green light in the ruins. At this moment, he was only a short distance away from that ball of light. Demonic dragon phantom. His figure suddenly flickered and grabbed the Red Witch's hand. Earth-crossing golden light technique. With another flicker, he had already dashed towards the ball of green light. Before Elder Kong could understand what had happened, Ling Xiao and the Red Witch had disappeared from the ruins. Rumor had it that there was a Blue Bull Palace in the Tuoba Mansion. Only the patriarchs and their successors were qualified to enter. Apart from them, no one knew where the entrance to the Blue Bull Palace was, and no one knew what was inside the Blue Bull Palace. Elder Kong was stunned as he watched the two disappear. He also rushed towards the same place. Unfortunately, there was no response. If one wanted to enter the Blue Bull Palace, one must have an aura related to the Divine Bull, the Blue Bull Demon Martial Soul, or directly the Divine Bull Beast Soul. Tuoba Fengdan and Tuoba Yunfan both had the Blue Bull Demon Martial Soul, and Ling Xiao had the Divine Bull Beast Soul. It had to be said that the Blue Bull Palace was simply a secret realm that was tailor-made for Ling Xiao. Coming here with the two little girls from the Huyen family was really lucky. I'll wait here. I don't believe that you won't come out. Elder Kong was about to remove the violent thunder body tempering state and wait for Ling Xiao to come out. Although this would consume some energy, it was better than wasting it all the time. However, at this moment, he suddenly looked in a direction. Someone was coming. Chapter 2788. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the Green Ox Palace, he could feel the divine Ox Beast soul in his body roaring. It seems like the Green Ox Palace is related to the divine Ox Beast soul. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. This time, it would be wonderful if he could really obtain something that could greatly increase his battle strength in this small Tuoba manor. Red Witch, you stay here for a while. I'll go and search. The divine ox beast soul's reaction only told Ling Xiao that there was something he wanted here, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. He had to find it on his own. However, Ling Xiao was still confident in finding things. The Tai Chi eye had the ability to see through things and look into the distance. The Green Ox Palace didn't look big, so it should be easy to find. Ling Xiao, what are you looking for? I'll help you. The Red Witch said. Ling Xiao had saved her from danger, but she couldn't help Ling Xiao much. If she didn't do anything, she would feel bad. No need. I found it. In the Green Ox Palace, there was an altar that was filled with boiling magma. Ling Xiao discovered that in the boiling magma, there was something that looked like an oracle bone. There were some strange words on it. He could feel that the divine ox beast soul's reaction was related to the oracle bone. Red Witch, stay here. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao called out to the Red Witch, then jumped into the boiling magma. The moment he came into contact with the magma, he could feel that his lava combat body seemed to be getting stronger. There was a feeling that it was close to a qualitative change. Not only that, but the three-headed lava hound in his body was also changing. It seemed to be evolving. It seemed that other than devouring demonic beasts of the same kind, these beast souls would also improve when they came into contact with energy of the same attribute. However, none of these were as attractive to Ling Xiao as the oracle bone. The closer he got to the oracle bone, the more excited Ling Xiao found the divine ox beast soul in his body. Looks like I'm not wrong. This oracle bone might be some kind of ox bone that is directly related to the divine ox beast soul. He increased his speed and finally reached the vicinity of the strange oracle bone. Then he extended his hand and scooped it up. The moment he touched it, he felt as if he was connected to it by blood. This was truly too miraculous. It was as though he had come into contact with this oracle bone before. It was as though this oracle bone was a part of his body that had died. After retrieving the oracle bone, Ling Xiao did not leave the magma. Instead, he laid down and continued to cultivate while carefully observing the oracle bone. Plop! Who would have thought that the Red Witch would also jump in? Why are you here? Danger! Ling Xiao said in surprise. You're looking down on me. Don't forget that I'm the Red Witch. My martial soul is fire. This lava is not harmful to me, only beneficial. The energy is really abundant. I feel like my cultivation is about to break through again. The Red Witch said excitedly. That's good. Do you know what this is? Ling Xiao handed the oracle bone to the Red Witch and asked. Although this thing felt very strange, Ling Xiao really did not understand what it was. He could only ask the Red Witch for help. On the black oracle bone, other than many strange words, there was also a ferocious ox monster. This is a spiritual talisman. However, its material is a little special. It seems to be made from beast bones. In our black tortoise continent, this is called a beast talisman. Rumor has it that beast warriors like to use magic treasures. It can stimulate their fighting strength to the greatest extent. Moreover, it can allow them who are not good at using secret techniques to obtain the ability to use secret techniques. In short, this thing is very useful. Beast warriors also use this to pass down their martial skills. The Red Witch gave the oracle bone to Ling Xiao and explained. How do I use this thing? Ling Xiao asked. I vaguely remember that it seems like the blood of the beast warrior and the corresponding beast soul have to be merged into it at the same time. Then the beast talisman will naturally have a reaction. The Red Witch tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, Sai, actually, Sister Mu Qing must remember this matter very clearly. I don't usually read books properly. Instead, I am very interested in fighting. Let me try. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, he is a person who is absolutely a man of action. Since he said that he would try, he would immediately start. A drop of blood had already dripped onto the beast talisman. Then he operated the beast soul of the ox monster and merged it into the beast talisman. After all this was done, the ferocious ox monster picture on the beast talisman actually shone with a fiery red light. Not only that, but something new seemed to exist in Ling Xiao's mind. However, this feeling was a little untouchable. It was both real and illusory. However, Ling Xiao himself did not feel it very clearly. However, the Red Witch who was beside Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded. This was because she and Ling Xiao seemed to have been separated into two different worlds in an instant. In her eyes, all of Ling Xiao's movements became extremely fast. It was as if they were accelerated by several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Ling Xiao, she shouted desperately, hoping that Ling Xiao could hear her voice and discover this terrifying change. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao seemed to be unable to hear what she was saying at all. At this moment, Ling Xiao also raised his head and looked at the Red Witch. He realized that the Red Witch seemed to have stopped. She was completely motionless. Could it be a special effect of this beast talisman? Ling Xiao looked at the beast talisman in his hand in surprise. Whether it was true or not, he just needed to do a test to find out. He quickly withdrew his beast soul of the ox monster. At that moment, the beast talisman lost its luster and everything returned to normal. At this moment, the Red Witch's loud shout rang in his ears. Ling Xiao, stop! This voice came a long time later. What happened just now? Ling Xiao and the Red Witch both asked the same question. Actually, I don't know either, but it should be the doing of this beast talisman. Forget it. I can't figure it out for the time being. It's better not to use it recklessly. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and put it away first. He would study it slowly when he had time. Anyway, whether it was the dragon cult or the Chun Kingdom's royal family, there should be many books about beast talismans. It wouldn't be too late to study it slowly after returning. After putting the beast talisman into the mountain river world, Ling Xiao stood up from the lava. He discovered that the three-headed lava hound beast soul had advanced again. Not only that, but the scorching hell had also changed. All the fire snakes inside had become stronger, and some lava hounds condensed from lava had appeared. Their combat strength was stronger than the fire snakes. If Ling Xiao used the scorching hell in the future, his combat strength would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Of course, the three-headed lava hound was only a part of it. What shocked Ling Xiao the most was the advancement of his lava battle body. Previously, his lava battle body had been cultivated to the peak. Chapter 2789. Even the beginner volcano battle physique was much stronger than the top-tier lava battle physique. It was basically equivalent to a defensive martial technique at the third heaven of the immortal grade. This was really too terrifying. Not only that, perhaps because the lava battle physique had broken through first, it actually swallowed the entire lightning battle physique. As a result, there was lava gushing under the volcano battle physique and thunder rumbling above. It was really lively. Just as Ling Xiao was looking for the beast talisman, the Tuoba Mansion's courtyard was already bustling with noise and excitement. Chun Bai, Mu Qing, and Xiao Muyu arrived at the Tuoba Mansion at the same time. They completely sealed off Elder Kong's escape route. The three great experts released a suffocating and terrifying aura. The guests all revealed terrified expressions. This was truly a case of one wave rising after another before the first wave had subsided. Could it be that today was really the Tuoba Mansion's unlucky day? Where's Ling Xiao? An extremely domineering voice sounded. Everyone looked at the man in black, who was emitting endless killing intent. Sect leader. In the crowd, someone finally recognized Chunbai and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Hearing this person's words, everyone was shocked. The dragon cult sect leader was an existence more powerful than the Chun nation's thunder monarch. He actually came to this remote town. It was actually just to find Ling Xiao. Could this Ling Xiao really be his last disciple? Humph, Ling Xiao is already dead. He was killed by me. Elder Kong snorted coldly and looked at Chun Bai. Your disciple is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that you came too late and can't save him. Killed by you? Chun Bai's voice became even colder. The terrifying aura instantly rose to the extreme. The last time you escaped, it was because I was worried about Ling Xiao. But today, you won't be able to escape. His anger was burning in his chest. He even felt a sense of sadness and despair. After searching for so long, he finally found such a good disciple that was truly suitable for him. Moreover, in order to save him, Ling Xiao actually fought a life and death battle with experts like the Lightning Seigneur. In the end, he killed the Lightning Seigneur, but was heavily injured by Elder Kong's sneak attack. Such a loyal disciple had actually died. At the same time, a murderous aura was released from Mu Qing's body. She had never liked anyone in her life. Ling Xiao was the first. Even if this relationship did not bear any fruit in the end, she would never regret it. At the very least, she felt that she had found someone to entrust her feelings to. But now Ling Xiao was dead. Once again, her feelings became a lonely ghost. She was furious. Hatred. She recalled the few interactions she had with Ling Xiao. His smile and his actions all surfaced in her mind at this moment. A line of painful tears fell from his cheeks. Those tears were filled with worry towards Ling Xiao and hatred towards Elder Kong. Those who were familiar with Mu Qing all knew that she had never shed tears. Even when she was seriously injured and in unbearable pain, she had never shed tears. But today, she shed tears for a man. Chun Bai and Mu Qing's killing intent locked onto Elder Kong at the same time. At that instant, Elder Kong actually had thoughts of regret. One Chun Bai was already extremely difficult for him. Now that Mu Qing was added, could he still survive? Damnable Ling Xiao. Exactly what was so good about him that he could actually obtain the favor of so many people. 2 strands of killing intent condensed in the air. All the guests felt the fear of death. Too terrifying. The guests were trembling all over as they stared fixedly at Chun Bai and Mu Qing. The strength of any one of these 2 people was actually stronger than Elder Kong. This was simply inconceivable. Even though Elder Kong was the weakest amongst the 5 elders of the state of Chun, he was still at the middle stage of the 12th level of the hell. Die! Icy cold voices spat out from Chun Bai and Mu Qing's mouths at the same time. Their black battle robes fluttered amidst the murderous aura. Their azure clothes were tainted with a sorrowful aura. In an instant, 2 figures flew out at the same time. At that moment, Elder Kong felt the approach of death. He shouted in horror, "He's not dead. Ling Xiao isn't dead." However, it was already too late. Chun Bai and Mu Qing's attacks landed on Elder Kong's body at the same time. Even if he wanted to block it, he couldn't. Elder Kong's body was smashed into pieces like a piece of foam. Fresh blood and fragments scattered in the air before finally landing on the ground. Even if he used violent lightning body tempering, but under the pincer attack of these 2 great experts, he was still no match for them. One of the state of Chen's 5 elders, Elder Kong, was dead. He had died in this unknown frosty town. His illustrious reputation was completely destroyed. Everyone watched this scene with incomparable horror. Just because Elder Kong said that he killed Ling Xiao, he was killed so cruelly. This Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. Not only was he terrifying, but his friends and master were also terrifying to the point of making people tremble. The moment Ling Xiao stepped out of the Azure Ox Palace, he was still thinking about how to deal with Elder Kong. However, he was shocked to discover that Elder Kong's corpse, which was almost completely unrecognizable, was lying on the ground, surrounded by blood and corpse fragments. Chun Bai and Mu Qing stood there. Both of their faces were filled with pleasant surprise. This was because they heard what Elder Kong said before he died. Ling Xiao wasn't dead. Master, you're really here. Mu Qing, Vice Sect Master Xiao, you guys came too? Ling Xiao looked at these three people in shock. He really felt somewhat surprised. Sister Mu Qing, the red which flew into Mu Qing's arms. Sister Mu Qing, it's all thanks to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, I would really have been forced into marriage by the people of Tuoba Manor. Return to Demonic Dragon City. I have to settle this score with the first sect elder, no matter what. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth. The storm he had stirred up would not subside. Chun Bai was intercepted and killed midway. This was definitely done by Phoenix in the cloud and the two sect elders. There was no time to catch up with his master. Ling Xiao had more important things to do. Wait a moment. Chun Bai smiled bitterly. Now is not the time to completely fall out with them. After we return, everything will be as usual. After all, once we fall out, the dragon cult might be destroyed. It's better for me to secretly subdue those who have pledged allegiance to them. When the time is right, I'll catch them all in one fell swoop. All right, the dragon cult is yours. I'll do as you say. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Although the dragon cult was nothing to him, to Chun Bai, it was his life's work. If it was really destroyed, he would feel heartache. If that's the case, then hurry back. Tomorrow is the day of the duel between you and Mo Ing. Don't delay. Chun Bai reminded. Tomorrow? Have I been unconscious for a long time? Ling Xiao had always thought that he was injured and unconscious for only a day. In reality, that was not the case. Let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, hurry back as soon as possible. If you miss the time, you will lose the opportunity to enter the demonic sea secret realm. Hurry up and leave. Chapter 2790. Of course, before he left, Ling Xiao did not forget to get Elder Kong's storage ring. However, other than spirit stones, there were no other rare items in this old thing's storage ring. It seemed that all the good things were in Leidu, however. It was not bad to have spirit stones. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 million low-grade spirit stones. This was a huge sum of money. At this moment, in the Tuoba Manor, watching Ling Xiao and the others leave, the warriors of the Tuoba Manor suddenly came back to their senses. One of them stared fiercely at Hu Yanlan and Hu Yanhong. If it weren't for you two bitches, our Tuoba family wouldn't have ended up like this. Alan, run! Hu Yanhong was only a rank 1 yin-yang realm warrior at the peak of the 9th level of hell. Although there were no experts left in the Tuoba family, there were still more than 10 warriors at the peak of the 9th level of hell. The two sisters were no match for them at all. Sister, don't be afraid. I'm here. Hu Yanlan took a deep breath, and a beautiful long sword appeared in her hand. Big brother Ling Xiao, thank you. They didn't expect that even after Ling Xiao left, he would still be able to help the Huyan family. The sword light instantly pierced out. The 13 swords of blue blood was displayed, coupled with Hu Yanlan's strength at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. In just an instant, she had already killed 3 experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Tuoba family. This caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. How did this girl become so strong all of a sudden? Submit to the Huyan family, and we can spare your lives. Hu Yanlon looked coldly at the enemies in front of her and shouted loudly. Not only did Ling Xiao teach her martial skills and increase her strength, but he also taught her that the mystic world didn't need naivety. It needed strength. Only strength was everything. Big brother Ling Xiao, I will manage Cold Frost Town well. In the future, as long as you give the order, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire. Looking at the warriors of the Tuoba family kneeling in front of her, Hu Yanlon looked in the direction of Demon Dragon City with a determined expression. One day later, outside the Demon Sun Hall, Phoenix in the Cloud, the first elder, as well as all the elders and protectors of the sect, were present. Many of the upper and middle disciples were also present. Chun Luan, quickly come out and surrender. Otherwise, when we break into the Devil Air Hall, all of you inside will die. The one who shouted was the first elder. This fiend's son, main hall, they had already attacked for over 10 days, but it was actually completely impregnable. That miraculous formation completely blocked them outside. The Devil Air Hall became a refuge for the sect leader's faction. Almost all of Chun Bai's adopted sons and daughters were hiding inside. It couldn't be helped. These days, Phoenix in the Cloud and the first elder had been frantically purging people. Those who were with Chun Bai were all locked up in the dungeon, awaiting their public execution. Among these people, Chun Luan and High Formless were the ones they wanted to kill the most. Unfortunately, they couldn't catch them. First sect elder, if you have the ability, then come in. If you really have the ability, then you wouldn't have to wait so many days. Chun Luan's voice came from inside. Chun Luan, you'd better surrender obediently. Although I can't break the array now, there's nothing for you to look forward to. To tell you the truth, the sect leader has been ambushed by the Chun Kingdom's royal family. It's basically impossible for him to return alive. As for that Ling Xiao, he said he was going to save the sect leader. But with his strength, it's no different from throwing an egg against a rock. Not only will he not be able to help the sect leader, but he'll also be a burden to the sect leader. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before your Devil Air Hall is breached. If you submit to us now, you can still have a good future. Otherwise, there's no way for you to survive. They had already begun the purge, so they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. The first sect elder wasn't afraid to speak the truth. In any case, he had been holding this grudge for a long, long time. The fiend's son, main hall, fell silent, because even the people inside felt that the first sect elder's words were right. Big brother, why don't we charge out and fight it out? There's nothing to look forward to anyway. Let's just vent all the anger we've been holding in all these years. One of them said to Chun Luan, don't mess around. Let's wait a little longer. Chun Luan recalled the classic battle where Ling Xiao defeated Chun Sangxiong and gritted his teeth. I believe in Ling Xiao. That's right. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that the sect leader won't come back? Don't worry, the sect leader won't die so easily. Your sect leader will definitely come back alive. Little Gold knew that it had to stabilize the morale of the people now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to stop these people from rushing out to their deaths. All right, then let's wait for another day. The array formation will probably collapse tomorrow. Everyone thought about it. Anyway, it was only one day. They weren't in a hurry. Meanwhile, outside the Fiend's Sun main hall, suddenly, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Emoing has broken through. The first sect elder stood up and said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, that's great. This way, we'll have another yin-yang transformation expert in the 12th level of hell. It's a pity that Ling Xiao won't be able to come back alive. Otherwise, today would be the day of his battle with Emoing. Exactly 1 month." Phoenix in the Cloud also laughed. It doesn't matter if he comes back or not. Anyway, It's impossible for him to master the demonic dragon phantom movement technique in 1 month. The first sect elder said disdainfully. At this moment, Mo Ing had already arrived outside the fiend's sun main hall. He looked around and couldn't help but frown when he didn't see Ling Zhao's figure. That kid didn't show up. Mo Ing was very unhappy. Of course, he doesn't dare to show up, because he bragged that he could do something that couldn't be done in 1 month. How can he still have the face to come back? The first sect elder laughed. I hope that he can come back. Otherwise, my hard work during this period of time won't be worth it. Mo Ing said lightly. He might have been a little afraid of Ling Xiao before, but now that he had broken through, he simply regarded Ling Xiao as an ant that he could kill at any time. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to Ling Xiao's return. Yes, sect elder, Ling Xiao must come back. Otherwise, how can my brother avenge me? Zhang Quan hoped that Ling Xiao would come back. He was crippled by Ling Xiao and could no longer be a man. This kind of humiliation was too serious. Therefore, he also wanted to see Ling Xiao being crippled by his brother, Mo Ing, in front of everyone. He's here. Suddenly, Yunlon looked into the distance. Everyone followed his gaze and looked into the distance. A mighty eagle descended from the sky. On the eagle's back, not only Ling Xiao, but also Chen Bai, Mu Qing, Xiao Muyu, and the Red Witch. Hee, you guys are really enthusiastic. There are actually so many people waiting for me here. Ling Xiao leaped and landed on the back of the demonic eagle. He landed in front of the fiend's sun main hall. Then Chen Bai and the others also landed one after another. Phoenix in the cloud, the first sect elder, and the others' faces were extremely ugly. Chapter 2791. What's wrong? Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix in the cloud and the first elder with a mocking expression. How dare you? What are you talking about? Why wouldn't we be happy that you and the sect leader are back? Yun Zhongfeng was indeed a cunning and sly person. He had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Chen Bai. Now that Chen Bai had returned unscathed, he knew that things couldn't continue. Therefore, he said righteously. Then he bowed to Chen Bai and said, Sect leader, I heard that you were in danger. Some people in the sect have rebelled. I have already captured them and locked them in the dungeon. They are waiting for you to deal with them. Although he was completely distorting the truth, Chen Bai wouldn't refute him if he didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Phoenix in the cloud. That's enough. I know what you have done. You don't have to put on an act here. This is the last time. I won't pursue this matter because we are sworn brothers. Let them go now. If something like this happens again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Since everyone was well aware of the situation, Chen Bai decided not to pretend anymore and directly put it on the table. Although I don't know why you said so, I am willing to listen to your orders. Phoenix in the cloud lowered his head and said, That's good. Chen Bai nodded. But Sect Master, there is one thing that you haven't forgotten. Back then, Ling Xiao said that he could successfully cultivate the demonic dragon phantom movement skill in a month, and if he didn't succeed, he would leave the demonic dragon religion. Does this still count? Phoenix in the cloud asked. Chen Bai looked at Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao nod, he said, Of course. All right, if that's the case, can we allow Ling Xiao and the Demon Shadow to have a public duel in the Magic Dragon City? Phoenix in the cloud asked again. You guys make the arrangements, but Ling Xiao just came back and is a little tired. Is it okay to give him a few hours to rest? Chen Bai said indifferently. If you say so, then there's no problem. However, we agreed to start at 3 in the afternoon. It's already 1 in the afternoon. If Ling Xiao doesn't abide by the agreement, then this duel will become meaningless. Phoenix in the cloud added. Hearing this, Chun Bai was instantly enraged. I've already given you a lot of face, but you're still being stubborn. He was about to lose his temper. However, he heard Ling Xiao say, there's no need to rest when dealing with a piece of trash. We'll officially start at 3 in the afternoon. Disciple, you don't have to be so patient. Chun Bai said, I didn't hold back. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to have a chat with my brothers, I would have fought with that trash right now. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. I'm afraid you still don't know that I've already broken through to the early stage of the 12th level of hell. In front of me, you can only kneel down and surrender. Emoing said sternly. He was very uncomfortable being looked down upon. To be honest, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to come back. Now that you're back, I'm waiting for you to torture you. TSK, that's so scary. You actually broke through. This is going to be fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't be interested at all. Ling Xiao was really a little happy. If it was the previous MOing, he could have killed this guy with a slap as if he was swatting a mosquito. However, now that the other party had broken through, it was really a good thing for him. Stop being pretentious. Zhengquan, let's go. Give him 2 more hours. He can't play any tricks anyway. After saying that, Mo Ying flew away. Yun Zhongfeng and the others also left one after another. The outside of the Devil Air's great hall, which had been bustling with noise and excitement, suddenly became deserted. Muqing, let's go too. Xiao Muyu glanced at Chun Bai with a hint of sadness and helplessness in her eyes. She gently called out to Muqing and turned to leave. Ling Xiao, Sect Master, I'll take my leave first. Although Muqing was a little reluctant, she still chased after Xiao Muyu and left. Master, I think there seems to be a secret behind the marriage between Vice Sect Master Xiao and Phoenix in the cloud. Ling Xiao reminded. What secret? Chun Bai asked. I don't know about that. Master, you should investigate it yourself. I have to go back to the Devil Air Hall to prepare. See you at the Devil Air Hall at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ling Xiao shrugged and then walked into the Devil Air Hall. Chun Bai's foster children finally heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that everything was fine outside. They were almost going to fight the enemy to the death. Once they fought with their lives on the line, the result was obvious. Ling Xiao, we're going to see Master first. Chun Wan and Chun Yen also bid farewell to Ling Xiao and left with their brothers and sisters. Only Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and the unconscious Yi Wuxing were left in the Devil Air Hall. Boss, you're finally back. Yun Zhongfeng and the first sect elder, that old bastard, are determined to destroy us. If you didn't come back in time, I'm afraid that the sect master and I would have died in their hands tomorrow. The half a month of torture is like sitting in hell. Xiao Jin looked at Ling Xiao and said with righteous indignation, I know, Phoenix in the cloud and the first elder, I won't let them have it easy. However, Chun Bai didn't want to fall out with them. So we have to kill them ourselves. When I get the qualification to participate in the Demon Sea Secret Realm, I can get a lot of cultivation resources for you. After devouring them, I believe that your cultivation will be stronger than mine. When the time comes, we brothers will destroy those 2 scourges, help Chun Bai stabilize the dragon cult, and then we'll take over the entire Chun nation. Ling Xiao wanted to take revenge immediately. With his current strength, killing the first elder shouldn't be a problem, but Phoenix in the cloud wasn't easy to deal with. So, he had to wait a little longer. Anyway, he didn't have to wait too long. After chatting with Xiao Jin for a while, Ling Xiao sat at the side and began to cultivate. He had gained too many benefits in Cold Frost Town. He had to find some time to settle down. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the demonic Dragon City Square. Ling Xiao arrived late. He had arrived at the right time. He wasn't late. But even so, there were still people who were furious. The first elder said in a strange tone, "Ling Xiao, if you're afraid, you can just admit defeat. After all, no one expects you to master the demonic dragon phantom movement technique in a month. Old thing, you talk too much nonsense. Just shut your mouth." Ling Xiao looked at the first elder coldly and said, "I even killed the lightning seigneur. Killing you is like killing a chicken. If you continue to make a fuss, I'll kill you too." "Ha ha ha, did you kill the lightning seigneur in your dream?" The first elder laughed out loud. The crowd burst into laughter. No one believed that Ling Xiao could kill the lightning seigneur. After all, the lightning seigneur was an Yinyang realm 12th level of hell expert. They had never heard of a Yinyang realm 11th level of hell expert defeating a Yinyang realm 12th level of hell expert. Chapter 2792. Hee hee. In the face of everyone's ridicule, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. Whether what he said was true or not, there was no need to explain it with words. The following battle was the best proof. "Didn't you, Mo Ying, want to make a fool of me? Then I'll make you the biggest clown today." He indifferently hooked his finger at Mo Ying. "Come, let me see your true strength." He stood there without using any weapons or even beast soul transformation. He looked at Mo Ying indifferently, as if he didn't put Mo Ying in his eyes at all. "Why are you looking down on me? All right, then I'll let you know how powerful I am." Mo Ying snorted coldly. In an instant, a broken sword flew out from his storage ring. A powerful force surrounded his body like a gust of wind. His seemingly frail body contained a frightening amount of power. His force was similar to Ling Xiao's. It contained an extremely powerful killing intent, dense and cold. As a result, many ordinary martial artists who were watching the battle were trembling in fear. Facing this change, Ling Xiao still didn't have any intention of making any preparations. He was still barehanded and didn't transform. "You really don't use beast soul transformation," Mo Ying said coldly. "You didn't use your martial soul, either." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Don't compare me to you. If I use my martial soul, you'll lose too quickly. Then how can I make a fool of you?" Mo Ying said disdainfully, "All right, whatever you say. Hurry up and attack. I just came back, and I'm very tired." As Ling Xiao spoke, he couldn't help but yawn. This wasn't an act. Before returning, he had just fought a life-and-death battle with Elder Kong. Although he wasn't injured, he had consumed a lot of energy. He was definitely tired. Although there was a blood spirit pill to recover, Ling Xiao still didn't like to use pills directly if it wasn't necessary. It was true that pills were good things, but if used too much, they would also produce antibodies. In the end, the effect wouldn't be good. Ling Xiao's blood spirit pill was like this. In the beginning, one pill was enough to save him from the brink of death. But now, in order to achieve the same effect, he needed 10 pills. Although his blood spirit fruit could be obtained in a short period of time, it would still take several months. Therefore, the blood spirit pill was still in high demand. There was another benefit to relying on his own recovery. Every time he recovered, his inner strength would increase significantly. This was also a form of cultivation. "All right, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The demonic shadow did not waste any more words. A terrifying black aura was released from his body. Then, the space he was in seemed to vanish in an instant. Ling Xiao's vision blurred. The people in the audience saw Mo Ying's body turn into a dark shadow and then quickly disappear. At the same time, the entire square was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. This made it impossible for others to determine his true location. Interesting. It seems like this Spectre specializes in assassination-style combat. He belongs to the assassin category. Its speed was fast, and its attack power was strong, but its defense was definitely not that good. He seems to have cultivated a second-level immortal grade movement technique, which is more suitable for his combat style. No wonder he's called Spectre. This name was probably changed later. In just a moment, Ling Xiao made an accurate judgment. This did not require the Tai Chi. Any martial artist who was slightly calmer should be able to make this judgment. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Mo Ying's voice came directly from behind Ling Xiao. He was only a foot away from Ling Xiao's position. The dagger in his hand was filled with murderous aura as he directly stabbed at Ling Xiao's back. This kid clearly wanted to take Ling Xiao's life. Got it. Mo Ying was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to defeat Ling Xiao so easily. It seemed like Ling Xiao really did not succeed in cultivating the demonic dragon phantom. Otherwise, if he had used the demonic dragon phantom at this time, his attack would definitely not have succeeded. Beautiful. As expected of the third-ranked genius disciple of the dragon cult. That's right. How could an upper disciple not even be able to defeat an upper disciple? In the stands, the audience who supported Mo Ying had already begun to celebrate. However, in the next moment, all of them were dumbfounded. Boom! With a loud bang, Mo Ying, who was about to succeed, was actually directly blasted away by a terrifying force. This force rushed up from the ground and blasted Mo Ying into a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, making him look like a madman. The clothes on his body were also torn into tatters. The demonic shadow fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with inexplicable horror. What happened? Countless people were baffled. Ling Xiao clearly did not make a move. So why was Mo Ying blown up so badly? Although his injuries did not seem serious, but to be defeated in the first place, his confidence would probably be severely damaged. Deputy Leader Yun, did you notice? The first sect elder looked at Phoenix in the cloud blankly. Even she did not know what Ling Xiao had done. Ling Xiao, that brat, seems to have cultivated some strange secret skill this time when he went out. Just now, he seemed to have not moved, but in fact, he had already injected internal energy into the ground through his feet. As for that explosive power, I'm afraid it's the explosive power of the earth element. Phoenix in the cloud was still somewhat skilled. In an instant, she understood what Ling Xiao had done. Then what should we do? The first sect elder was anxious. Don't be so flustered. This is just a strange technique. It's not something that can be used in public. A sneak attack is fine, but once it is seen through, it's just SOSO. As long as Mo Ying calms down, he should not be hit again. Phoenix in the cloud said, I see. Deputy Leader Yun is still the best. Hearing this, the first sect elder could not help but feel relieved. At this time, Ling Xiao was still untainted on the stage. He stood there calmly and looked at the Mo Ying, who was dozens of meters away. He had no intention of pursuing him. You're not good enough. If you want to force me to use the demonic dragon phantom, you should at least show me some real skills. I really don't care about this little trick. Ling Xiao yawned and said, You're pissing me off. You're really pissing me off. The Mo Ying wanted to calm down and think, but Ling Xiao did not give him a chance to think. When it came to provocation, he was the best at it. As long as the opponent became angry, it would be impossible for him to discover the secret of earth-splitting body. And to be honest, he also heard Phoenix in the cloud's words. Although her analysis seemed reasonable, this deputy leader had underestimated this secret technique of the second heaven of the immortal grade. Even if he saw through it, he might not be able to dodge it. Moreover, the Mo Ying did not seem to see through it at all. You dare to say that I'm not good enough. You dare to say that I'm not good enough. The Mo-ing completely lost his calm and rushed toward Ling Xiao crazily. Chapter 2793. Originally, a martial artist like Mo-ing needed to be calm, the most. It was a pity that he couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's provocation, and became a lunatic. He was embarrassed by Ling Xiao the first time he attacked. It was no wonder that Mo-ing would go crazy. After all, in his opinion, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao came back, he vowed that he hoped that Ling Xiao could live and be defeated by him. At that time, he was full of confidence and had the demeanor of an expert. But reality gave him a blow. It would be unreasonable if he didn't go crazy. Kill! 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 The demonic shadow's eyes were blood-red due to anger. I'll let you see my strongest skill. Immortal grade 2nd heaven martial skill, 72 paths, shadow killing sword. As Mo-ying's attack began, the 2 daggers in his hands were as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning, and as crazy as crazy. And one sword after another. Each sword revealed a fatal and ruthless aura. Each sword was faintly discernible. To be honest, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Because they couldn't see the opponent's sword shadow, they couldn't block it. No matter what strategy they used, they couldn't avoid the ending of being seriously injured. But to use such a boring trick to deal with Ling Xiao, it was really showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Don't forget that Ling Xiao's understanding of the shadow ultimacy was stronger than anyone in the Black Tortoise continent, including those experts in the Immortal Palace, in terms of pure understanding and application of the shadow ultimacy. They couldn't be compared to him. Is this your strongest move? It's really too boring. To be honest, although your cultivation has reached the first turn of 12 levels of hell, your strength is far too weak compared to the Thunder Supreme. You haven't even learned the basics of the 12 levels of hell. Ling Xiao let out a long sigh. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly spread his legs and took a deep breath. In the direction of Mo-ying's attack, he opened his mouth. Roar! Tiger's roar. This was the black-striped flying tiger's special skill. It was a sound-type martial technique that condensed its inner energy into sound and used it to injure the opponent. Under normal circumstances, it could cause the opponent to temporarily lose their sense of hearing. If it was even more formidable, it could even cause the other party to bleed from their 7 apertures, causing their blood to surge violently, rendering them unable to retaliate. Ling Xiao's tiger's roar in the mountains was terrifying. Moreover, his tiger roar mountain range had only been modified. Not only did it contain inner strength, but it also contained soul power. It could directly damage the opponent's soul. Terrifying roars resounded throughout the square, but Ling Xiao's main target was Mo-ing. However, even with that being the case, many people on the viewing platform still felt a splitting headache. Those who were not strong enough even bled from their ears and were carried away for emergency treatment. As for Mo-ing, who bore the brunt of the attack, not only was all of his attacks dispersed, but he was also the one who had to bear the brunt. Moreover, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. The power is not bad. I haven't used it in a long time. Using it once really makes me feel refreshed. Ling Xiao looked at the effect and was very satisfied. Mo-ing, I've already said that you can't do it. You actually dared to not use your martial spirit when fighting with me. I don't know where your courage comes from. Ling Xiao looked at Mo-ing indifferently. It was completely like a senior reprimanding a junior who didn't know the rules and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mo-ing let out a shocking roar. Behind him, a strange shadow martial spirit finally appeared. It was a ghost-like thing, cold and terrifying, with the aura of death. It looked like the ghost of a snake. Snake spirit, martial spirit, a martial spirit of the dead spirit, martial spirit. It's really special. I'm suddenly a little interested, but such a good martial spirit. How will you use it? Don't let me down again. Ling Xiao had originally planned to end this battle. However, seeing Mo Ying's martial spirit, he suddenly became interested. Martial spirits of the dead spirit, martial spirit, were rare. In the past, his friend Cold Plum had a martial spirit of the dead spirit, martial spirit. Today, he met it again. Ling Xiao, you shouldn't humiliate me like this. When I used my snake spirit, martial spirit, you were already doomed. Don't even think about living. Mo Ying's body floated up like a marionette. It was as if his entire body had no bones. Don't say too much to scare people. Since you used your martial spirit, then, out of respect, I'll also use my beast spirit transformation to deal with you. Tyrant, blood, demonic, dragon, beast, spirit transformation. Although Ling Xiao appeared to be very relaxed, in reality, he had never underestimated Mo Ying from the beginning. The reason why he did that was to anger Mo Ying. In fact, with his current cultivation, if he wanted to fight with a martial artist at the early stage of the 12th level of hell, he wouldn't be able to win unless he used all his skills. But he didn't want to expose too much, so he could only play a little tricks. Fortunately, Mo Ying was a fool. If it was Elder Kong, that sly old man, he really wouldn't be fooled. It sounded like he used the tyrant, blood, demonic, dragon, beast, spirit transformation to respect his opponent. In reality, only he knew that if he didn't use his beast spirit transformation when facing Mo Ying, who had used his martial spirit, he would be finished. He could underestimate his opponent with his mouth, but he couldn't underestimate his opponent with his body. Otherwise, he would really be courting death. Snake spirit netherworld kill. As Mo Ying spat out these words, the terrifying snake spirit, martial spirit behind him instantly turned into nothingness. It almost turned into a pure bloody light. A dense, murderous aura surged into the sky. In the stands, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared fixedly at this scene, because they knew that Mo Ying was going to use his true strength. As the snake spirit, martial spirit, gradually turned illusory, Mo Ying's body also seemed to have merged with the illusion and turned illusory as well. To be able to force Mo Ying to use this snake spirit netherworld kill, this Ling Xiao is not bad. It's a pity that he won't be able to live after encountering this move. The first sect elder said coldly, "That's right. Before Mo Ying broke through, this move of his was very threatening to me. Now that Mo Ying's cultivation has broken through to the 12th level of hell, the power of this move will only become even more terrifying. Even I don't dare to take it head on. Unless I rely on the magic dragon phantom movement technique to dodge, at the very least, I'll have to use the magic dragon phantom movement technique and Mu Qing, and I have already cultivated to this level. As for this Ling Xiao, to be honest, I'm afraid he won't even be able to reach the entry level in a month." Yunlan, who was sitting beside Phoenix in the cloud, said disdainfully. Mu Qing also watched this scene, nervously. She hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to create a legend. She also believed that Ling Xiao could do it. When she was in Cold Frost Town, she had heard that Ling Xiao was actually unharmed when facing Elder Kong. Instead, he had injured Elder Kong. With that kind of strength, defeating Mo Ying should be as easy as flipping his hand. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao faced Mo Ying's snake spirit netherworld kill head-on. It had to be said that the opponent's move was very fast. Ordinary movement techniques were simply impossible to dodge. Chapter 2794. All right, since you want to see me make a fool of myself, I'll give you a surprise. What is a genius? I'll set an example for all of you. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao deliberately gave up on other ways to counterattack. He just stood there, waiting for the devil's shadow to approach. What's wrong with this guy? Has he given up? Seeing this scene, many people felt very confused. According to Ling Xiao's style, he didn't seem like someone who would sit and wait for death. Could it be that he was going to use some big move, or was it the strange explosion from before? Deputy sect leader Yun, the first sect elder, was also worried that Ling Xiao would use the earth-splitting technique, so he looked at Phoenix in the cloud. Don't worry, I've already used my internal energy to seal the earth element under their feet. He can't use that move anymore. Phoenix in the cloud said calmly. This old thing had put in a lot of effort to let the devil's shadow win. He was really shameless to interfere in a duel. Godfather Chen Luan looked nervously at Chen Bai. He had also noticed Phoenix in the cloud's little trick. It was impossible that Chen Bai didn't notice it. Don't worry, Phoenix in the cloud's trick will only make him look more shameless. It won't affect the outcome of the battle. You should know that Ling Xiao has a lot of trump cards after watching the battle between Chen Songxiong and Ling Xiao. Chen Bai smiled slightly. He didn't stop Phoenix in the cloud from cheating because he knew that Phoenix in the cloud's actions would only be in vain. At this moment, some people were surprised. Some were confused. Some were happy. Some were worried. The Devil Shadow's attack was very close. If he was really struck by this snake spirit nether kill, even if Ling Xiao was lucky enough to survive, he would still be a half-dead man. Wouldn't he be bullied by the Devil's Shadow after that? Many people didn't understand. Was Ling Xiao suddenly possessed? Why wasn't he moving? I don't care what you do. You're going to die anyway. The Demon Shadow didn't care what Ling Xiao was thinking. There was only one thing he needed to do now, and that was to attack without hesitation. He didn't feel that what he was about to do was shameless at all. They are the dragon cult, an evil cult. Any method could be used. You're happy? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's poker face finally showed an expression, but it was a smile. To be honest, I really don't want to use that move of yours, which is so slow that it makes people go crazy. But since you all want to see it, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the specter's attack also hit Ling Xiao's body. No, that's not the real body. That's an afterimage. Someone exclaimed. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's teleportation speed was too fast, but he actually left behind a very realistic afterimage where he originally stood. The moment the demonic shadow attacked the afterimage, he suddenly realized that his attack had missed. Of course, that's the demonic dragon phantom. The demonic dragon phantom movement technique. In the stands, there was an earth-shattering exclamation. Although the demonic dragon phantom movement technique was only mastered by a very small number of people, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Anyone who had seen others use the demonic dragon phantom movement technique before could recognize that Ling Xiao's movement technique was definitely the demonic dragon phantom movement technique. At this time, Phoenix in the cloud and the First Elder were so shocked that they were speechless. They definitely didn't expect that they would actually see Ling Xiao use the demonic dragon phantom movement technique on this battlefield today. It was really unbelievable. It felt like a dream. Countless people, out of excitement, actually stood up and shouted loudly. The dragon cult respected strength. Those who were strong would easily receive support and respect. This level of the demonic dragon phantom movement technique should be at the level of mastery, right? Deputy Leader Yun, he's already caught up to you, right? The First Elder had also cultivated the demonic dragon phantom movement technique, but his level was only at the level of mastery. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had advanced to the level of mastery in a month. He didn't want to believe such a fact, but the truth wouldn't change because of his thoughts. Impossible. How could his demonic dragon phantom movement technique catch up to me and master in a month's time? Yunlin couldn't believe it. He had worked hard for several years to reach the level of mastery, but someone had actually achieved it in a month's time. That kind of feeling was simply too excruciating. Mu Qing's beautiful eyes were also filled with hope. Her demonic dragon phantom movement technique had also reached the level of mastery and was even stronger than the first elder. However, she had also used several years to reach this level. However, unlike Yunlan's jealousy and hatred, Mu Qing was surprised and happy. Master, I told you before that I wouldn't be wrong about people. Ling Xiao is the key to freeing you, Mu Qing said excitedly. Xiao Muyu also looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. There was a secret hidden in her heart. The secret was that Phoenix in the Cloud's strength had actually long surpassed Chunbai's. The reason why Phoenix in the Cloud didn't kill Chunbai was because of her, Xiao Muyu. She had given herself to Phoenix in the Cloud because Phoenix in the Cloud had used drugs to sully her, making her feel that she was no longer worthy of being with Chunbai. However, the more important reason was to protect Chunbai. Although Phoenix in the Cloud was already able to defeat Chunbai, the difference in strength wouldn't be too big. As long as she, Xiao Muyu, was still around, Phoenix in the Cloud wouldn't dare to make a move. She buried all the grievances in the bottom of her heart, waiting for the day when she could fight back and take revenge. She needed someone who was stronger than Phoenix in the Cloud and who was absolutely loyal to Chunbai. Ling Xiao's loyalty didn't seem to be a problem. However, Xiao Muyu had previously doubted Ling Xiao's strength and talent. If Mu Qing hadn't asked her to pay attention to this young man, she wouldn't have come here to watch this battle. It was too shocking. Ling Xiao's performance had long exceeded her expectations. He was even more outstanding than she had imagined. No, absolutely impossible. I haven't even succeeded in cultivating the demonic dragon phantom. How can you succeed in 1 month? At this time, the demonic shadow was even crazier. The snake spirit's Nether Slay was already his strongest attack. However, it didn't hit Ling Xiao. In fact, he had already lost. However, he, who couldn't accept this result, began to attack crazily. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at the demonic shadow, who had already lost control. Suddenly, he attacked and cut the tendons in the demonic shadow's hand with his sword. Ah! A shrill scream sounded on the battlefield. Ling Xiao's face was cold. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was too cruel. However, he felt that he was a little merciful. The demonic shadow wanted to kill him just now. However, what he did now was only to cripple the demonic shadow. If this wasn't merciful, then what was? Swoosh! The long sword stabbed again. The demonic shadow screamed again and again. 2 tendons in his hand, 2 tendons in his feet. In an instant, all of them were cut. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The demonic shadow finally burst out with a scream of horror. Chapter 2795. Phoenix in the Cloud tried to stop Ling Xiao from crippling Mo Ying. No matter what, Mo Ying was one of his strongest subordinates. However, a cold figure was standing in front of him. I didn't say anything when you interfered in the battle, but now what are you trying to do? Chun Bai looked coldly at Phoenix in the Cloud. If he didn't get angry, did Phoenix in the Cloud really think that Chun Bai, was a pushover? Damn it! Phoenix in the Cloud glared at Chun Bai and was about to attack. However, at this time, Mo Ying had already been kicked out of the arena by Ling Xiao. I'm bored to death. After waiting for a month, I got a trash to fight with me. I've been waiting for nothing. The battle was over. Ling Xiao had crippled Mo Ying's cultivation. No matter how angry Phoenix in the Cloud was, he couldn't change the outcome. Moreover, Mo Ing was the one who asked for this battle. Humph, we're all from the same sect. Isn't this a little too ruthless? Phoenix in the cloud snorted. Ruthless? Mo Ing tried to kill Ling Xiao. I don't think he's ruthless. Instead, he's too merciful. Chun Bai said calmly. Look at the cheers outside the arena. Second brother, you seem to have forgotten that we're in the dragon cult. This is a place where strength is respected. At this time, there were cheers outside the arena. Even those who were loyal to Phoenix in the cloud were cheering. The strong would definitely be respected here. This was the reason why many people who had been recruited by Phoenix in the cloud were still in awe of Chun Bai. Master, since I've defeated Mo Ing, can I be promoted to an upper disciple directly? Also, can we start the demonic sea secret realm? Ling Xiao stood in the arena and asked loudly. He wanted to bring up this matter in front of everyone and strike while the iron was hot. He didn't want to give Phoenix in the cloud a chance to go back on his words. Of course, I will now bestow upon you the identity of an upper disciple of the dragon cult, and you will also have the opportunity to participate in the demonic sea secret realm trials. Chun Bai naturally understood Ling Xiao's thoughts, so he announced in public, Phoenix in the cloud, and the first elder were extremely reluctant, but they couldn't refute him. The fact that Ling Xiao defeated Mo Ing and successfully cultivated the demonic dragon phantom was too much of a surprise to them, so much so that they were not prepared to deal with it. Phoenix in the cloud returned to her seat, but she didn't sit down. Instead, she looked coldly at Ling Xiao and sighed. What a blunder! This Ling Xiao was actually discovered by the sect leader first. What a blunder! Now, even I have to admit that his talent is enviable. With such comprehension ability and cultivation speed, as long as he does not die, he will probably become one of the top experts of the Chun Nation soon. Vice sect leader, don't just be envious. What should we do next? As long as this brat is not eliminated, we will not have a day of peace. Chun Bai is already troublesome enough. And now there is Ling Xiao. The first elder couldn't help but say, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. If he was a trash, I might not care, but since he is such a genius, I must cripple him. If he can't be used by me, then he must be destroyed. Phoenix in the cloud's face was extremely gloomy, but Chun Bai is watching closely now, so we need to plan for the long term. Let's go. Okay, the first elder nodded. This was the only way. Making a move now was definitely out of the question. Ling Xiao was not a fool. Without a foolproof plan to kill this brat, he couldn't make a move casually. Master, leave that brat to me, Yunlan suddenly said. Didn't he want to fight for the demonic dragon sword? That's perfect. I'll kill him in this battle. For Yunlan, Ling Xiao's talent made him extremely jealous. Such a narrow-minded person would never let Ling Xiao go. Moreover, Mu Qing had brought vice sect leader Xiao Muyu to save Ling Xiao. This made him even more jealous. Mu Qing was his woman. How could she be with Ling Xiao? This Ling Xiao must die. Good. I am very pleased that you have such thoughts. But you have seen what happened to Mo Ing. Although you are much stronger than him, I still hope that you will not underestimate your opponent. Ling Xiao is more difficult to deal with than we thought. Phoenix in the cloud reminded him, Master, don't worry. I will not underestimate my opponent. Yunlan's jealousy grew when she saw Ling Xiao's dazzling appearance in front of everyone's eyes. What right did a lowly person from a small town have to have the same status as him? He was unwilling. Yunlan was filled with jealousy and hatred as he left with Phoenix in the cloud, the first sect elder, and the others. Ling Xiao also left with Chun Bai amidst the cheers and envy of countless people. On the way, Ling Xiao was still most concerned about the demonic sea secret realm. This was because he suspected that the demonic sea secret realm could not only help him break through his cultivation, but it could also help Xiao Jin increase his strength. Master, when will the demonic sea secret realm open? Soon. There are only 3 days left. Chen Bai replied, the demonic sea secret realm should not be difficult for you. However, don't go to the core area. Even Yun Lan and Mu Qing have not been to the core area of the secret realm. Master, you don't have to worry about this. If it is really dangerous, I will not go rashly. However, there is a problem. I want to bring Xiao Jin into the demonic sea secret realm. So, I will have to trouble you to take care of the mountain master. Ling Xiao said, you don't have to worry about this. When you are in the demonic sea secret realm, I will stay in the Devil's Sun Hall. Chen Bai nodded. He was now determined to cultivate Ling Xiao. So, as long as Ling Xiao's request was not too excessive, he would agree to it. Okay, thank you, Master. Ling Xiao said happily. To him, this trip to the demonic sea secret realm was necessary because there were too many benefits, other than helping Xiao Jin level up. More importantly, as long as he could obtain enough demonic crystals from the demonic sea secret realm, he would be able to obtain the cultivation conditions of the demonic dragon possession without caring about any conditions. The demonic dragon possession was an auxiliary martial skill at the 3rd heaven of the immortal grade. It would be of great help to Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was said that swallowing demonic crystals could increase one's cultivation. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to try it. If he could successfully break through to the 12th level of hell, it would be of great help to him in obtaining the demonic dragon sword. It was a rare opportunity. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the Devil's Sun Hall. Master, is there anything else I need to pay attention to in the demonic sea secret realm? Since he was going to participate in this trial, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to know more. Since he had Chen Bai as a resource, it would be a waste not to use it. Chapter 2796. Ha ha, if it was in the past, I would definitely not be biased. But after so many years, I have seen through it. Fairness and justice? That's all nonsense. Everyone will give more benefits to those who are closer to them. If I don't do that, I will be letting my disciple down. Chen Bai could be considered to have grown up. It was this world that forced people to be like this. First of all, I think you should pay attention to mixing with Mu Qing as much as possible. This is not the first time Mu Qing has entered the Devil Sea secret realm. She is more familiar with the situation inside. Follow her, and you can familiarize yourself with the environment more easily. And don't blame me for not reminding you. There are a total of 33 warriors entering the Devil Sea secret realm this time. Including you, there are 34 of them. Other than Mu Qing, the others are all Yun Zhongfeng and the other elders' men. They will definitely team up to deal with you. Only Mu Qing might help you. Chen Bai said, it seems like it will be a tough battle, but I have encountered this kind of thing many times. It doesn't matter. I don't want to implicate Mu Qing. Ling Zhao's thoughts were different from Chen Bai's. He did not want to implicate Mu Qing and become enemies with other upper disciples because of him. Then it's up to you. Next, I will tell you the specific situation of the Devil Sea secret realm. The Devil Sea secret realm was formed a long time ago. A strange object fell from the sky, and the Devil Sea dried up. When I first entered, I did a survey in the secret realm. Due to a special demonic energy, a very powerful elemental demonic beast was born. It is called the Devil Sea Giant Beast. The Devil Sea Giant Beast's body can form demonic energy crystal stones. Only by killing them can one obtain the demonic energy crystal stones. I have also told you before that whoever obtains the most demonic energy crystal stones will be the biggest winner of this Devil Sea secret realm trial. You don't need to get first place. As long as you can get third place, you will be qualified to cultivate the demonic dragon possession. How strong is the devil sea giant beast? Ling Xiao asked. Under normal circumstances, they are at the late stage of the 1-star 11th level of hell. This is also the reason why only the upper disciples are qualified to enter the trial. Some mutated demonic sea beasts would reach the peak of the 11th hell, but they would only have 2 demonic energy crystals in their bodies. The most terrifying ones were the devil sea beast kings. If you encountered them, you should avoid them as much as possible. Those guys were all terrifying existences with the strength of 1 star and 12 levels of hell. However, the magic energy stones within the demonic sea beast king's bodies were also known as king crystals. A single king crystal was worth dozens or even hundreds of ordinary magic energy stones, depending on the demonic sea beast king's strength. Also, the reason why I didn't let you enter the core area is because the leader of all the demonic sea beasts, the demonic sea beast emperor, lives there. Even I am afraid of its strength, so I haven't been there. Chun Bai explained in detail, fearing that Ling Xiao would not understand. It could be seen that he really cared and loved Ling Xiao very much. There are no crystals in the demonic sea beast emperors? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Then I don't know. After all, so far, no one has been able to kill the demonic sea beast emperors. As for obtaining the demonic energy crystals, it's even more impossible. Chun Bai shook his head and said, "Kid, don't take my words for granted." "Don't worry, Master. Do I look like a reckless person?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You really do. To be honest, when you went to save your master back then, your master was really shocked. You're too impulsive, child. It doesn't matter if your master dies, but if you die, then your master will really be in despair." Chun Bai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Do you have any other questions? Master will answer them all." "Not for now," Ling Xiao said. "All right, since that's the case, Master will go back to the sect master's hall first. My foster children have suffered so much. It's time for them to enjoy some benefits. In the past, it was Phoenix in the cloud who protected those people. Do you think I won't be biased?" Chun Bai got up and left. In the Demon Sun's hall, only Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and the unconscious Yi Xianwu were left. Fortunately, Yin Yang realm martial artists would not die if they did not eat for 1 or 2 years. Otherwise, Yi Xianwu's situation would be really worrying. "Xiao Jin, you stay here first. I'll go see if there are any herbs in the trading hall. The mountain master can't stay unconscious." Ling Xiao was not too worried about the demonic sea secret realm anymore. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. In addition, he could bring Xiao Jin with him. With the 2 brothers working together, who could stop them? "All right, boss, go ahead. Anyway, those trash can't break the Demon Sun's hall's array." Xiao Jin nodded. Ling Xiao left the Demon Sun's hall. He originally planned to go directly to the trading hall, but who knew that a cold wind would suddenly blow from afar? He frowned, stretched out his hand, and grabbed that thing. A hairpin? Ling Xiao looked at the thing in his hand. It was indeed a hairpin, but there was a note wrapped around it. He opened the note and saw the words inside. He immediately frowned. "The red which is in my hands. See you at the Ghost Lookout Slope, southwest of Demon Dragon City." At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that this hairpin was indeed the Red Witch's. He did not expect that the Red Witch would be used to threaten him as soon as she returned. It seemed that there were many people in the dragon cult who hated him. "I hope nothing happens to her. Otherwise, I don't care who you are. I'll kill you." The Ghost Lookout Slope outside Demon Dragon City was a very famous place. Ling Xiao naturally knew about it. He left the city and arrived at the foot of the Ghost Lookout Slope as quickly as possible. There was an old tree on the slope. At this moment, there was a rope hanging on the old tree. The red, which was hanging upside down on the rope. It could be seen that the red, which was not dead, but she had suffered a lot. Seeing Ling Xiao, the red, which shouted in a hoarse voice, Don't come over." Obviously, this was a trap. A trap. Someone wanted Ling Xiao's life, but it was not good to do it in the dragon cult. They could only lure Ling Xiao out of Demon Dragon City and use the red, which is bait. However, Ling Xiao did not listen to the Red Witch's words. Looking at the Red Witch's bruised body, Ling Xiao only felt a stomach full of evil fire brewing crazily. If he knew who did it, he could guarantee that this person would definitely die. No matter what, he jumped and hugged the Red Witch. At the same time, he cut the rope that was hanging the Red Witch. However, at this moment, a ball of red light suddenly appeared around them and wrapped the two of them inside. From within the red light, one could see outside. The people hiding in the dark finally walked out. The person in the lead was actually Yun Lan. Chapter 2797. Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have come. The Red Witch said as she cried. Although the Red Witch was very gratified and happy to see Ling Xiao come to save her, she was very worried when she thought that it was a trap. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would lose his life here because of her. Don't worry. It's just a few bastards. I'm not even afraid of Elder Kong. Why would I be afraid of them? Ling Xiao patted the Red Witch's back gently and comforted her. Your task now is to sleep obediently. When you wake up, everything will be fine. At this point, he directly hit the Red Witch's sleeping acupoint and put her into the beast ring to rest. Then he looked at Yunlan coldly. You don't have to be so angry. To be honest, when I kidnapped the Red Witch, I was worried that you would be tricked because of her, since you were so cruel. Now, it seems that this *TCH is very much in your heart. Have you slept with her? Yun Lan looked at Ling Xiao with a cold and mocking smile on his face, as if he was talking to a trapped beast. Your brain is full of *T. How sad. Your feelings for your mother, elder sister, and younger sister are also because you slept with them? Ling Xiao looked at this handsome face with disgust. He was so handsome, but he was a scumbag deep down. No wonder this Yunlan couldn't win Mu Qing's favor. You're right. I did sleep with my mother when I was young. However, she was old and weak this year, so I killed her. Yunlan smiled, faintly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. *CK, you're really a scumbag and a beast. Then there's really nothing to talk about between us. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Yunlan to be more of a beast than he had imagined. This guy even dared to defile his own mother. You can say whatever you want. I didn't really want to kill you when I set up this trap today. After all, you're the sect master's favorite. If I kill you, I'm afraid the sect master will come looking for me. Yunlan looked at Ling Xiao and said calmly, I kidnapped the Red Witch because I wanted to see if you're really that cold and heartless. The result surprised me. You look so ruthless on the surface, but in reality, you know how to take care of women. Although I can't kill you for the time being. If I kill the Red Witch, no one will come looking for trouble with me. The Red Witch is the first elder's disciple, but she went against the first elder's wishes. Even if I kill her, her death will be in vain. There's no need to beat around the bush. Just say it directly. Are you trying to use the Red Witch to threaten me? Ling Xiao said with a frown. It is really easy to talk to smart people. Just say it. As long as you can do 3 things, I will not harm the Red Witch or the others around you. Yunlan smiled and said, the first thing is to withdraw from the demonic sea secret realm. The second thing is to draw a clear line between you and Mu Qing. Don't even speak to her. The third thing is to get out of the dragon cult. If you do that, Not only will you not have to die, but the people around you will also not have to die. Although he was speaking with a smile, his tone was incomparably cold, like the cold wind of winter. You really think too highly of yourself. Even Phoenix in the cloud wouldn't dare to be so self-righteous. I caused a ruckus in Thunder City and killed so many people because those idiots in Thunder City thought too highly of themselves. They insisted that I do this and that, and they never cared about my feelings. You want to die? Ling Xiao stared at Yunlan. There was no doubt that Yunlan was very strong, even stronger than Elder Kong. However, if this was enough to make him obedient, it would be too laughable. Want to die? Yunlan smiled and said, do you really think that you're qualified to be compared to me just because you defeated Moing? To tell you the truth, even if Lei Di personally came, Yunlan wouldn't put him in my eyes. As for that so-called number one genius, Chun Songxiong, the only thing that I fear is his talent. In terms of strength, how can he compare to me? Not to mention you. Perhaps your aptitude is stronger than mine, but it's impossible for you to surpass me in a short period of time. You want to kill me? What a joke. Why don't you let me out and let's spar? Ling Xiao said coldly. Hee, you don't have to play tricks. I won't let you out before you finish your words. I won't fight you here. Although this place was quite far from the demonic dragon city, it was still within the range of Chun Bai's aura. Do you want to use him to kill me? I won't fall for it. Yunlan sneered and said, listen, I won't repeat myself. If you can't do the 3 things I said before, you will soon see the corpse of the Red Witch. Of course, not only her, but anyone in the dragon cult who has a good relationship with you may die. Chen Yan, Chun Luan, Yicheng Wuxing, and that bird you love so much. Last time, I told Master to kill that bird directly. There was no need to put it in the beast fighting arena. If he was willing to listen to me, he wouldn't have lost the second elder. I can tell you now that I won't agree to any of your 3 conditions. Not only will I participate in the trial of the demonic sea secret realm, but I will also suppress you in terms of results. Do you want to hurt my friends and family? Go ahead and try. If they lose a single hair, I will make you pay back 1,000 times. I think you don't want to become a piece of trash like Moing, right? Ling Xiao said coldly. He was very clear that whether he agreed to the 3 conditions or not, Yunlan would not let him and his friends go. Therefore, it was right to be a little tougher. As long as he took precautions and counterattacked, it would be fine. Yunlan, don't you want to hurt my people? I will make sure you don't have the time and ability to do so. I will make sure you can't even cultivate in peace. Since that's the case, there's nothing to talk about. Kill him. Yunlan gave the order to the experts beside him. Then he turned and left without looking back. Perhaps in his opinion, it would be very easy for these experts, who were at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, to kill the trapped Ling Xiao. He didn't even need to do anything. After all, if he did, he might implicate his master, Phoenix, in the cloud. He knew this very well. However, Yunlan had only left for a few minutes. Those experts who looked very strong all turned into corpses. Their so-called trap was just a formation that could weaken one's combat power. But it just so happened that formations were nothing to Ling Xiao. Bah! Ling Xiao spat at the corpses on the ground. He looked coldly in the direction Yunlan left. It seems that I have to make you, scum Yunlan, suffer a little in this trip to the demonic sea secret realm. Chapter 2798. Ling Xiao set all the corpses on fire and took the large amount of spirit stones that he had just obtained from Yunlan. Then he headed toward demonic Dragon City without looking back. Yunlan really thinks highly of me. She wants my life with 10 million low-grade spirit stones and 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. She must have spent a lot. It's a pity that it's all mine. 3 days later, the demonic sea secret realm trial officially began. Chun Luan, Chen Yan, and the Red, which replaced Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin in the demonic Prince Hall to take care of Dark Knight Formless. At the same time, this was also the safest place. Previously, Phoenix in the Cloud and the others had tried to break into the demonic Prince Hall. They had spent a lot of effort, but had not succeeded. Ling Xiao had used the spirit stones he had seized to strengthen and upgrade the formation here. It would not be a problem to defend it for another month. He would definitely not stay in the demonic sea secret realm for that long. Chun Bai also came to the demonic Prince Hall to personally escort Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. Before heading to the demonic sea secret realm, Chun Bai specially reminded Ling Xiao, remember, as long as you have more demonic energy crystals than Mu Qing and Yun Lan, you can get the first 2 stages of the demonic dragon possession cultivation method. Below the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 13th level of hell, the first stage of the demonic dragon possession could double one's attack power, defense, or speed. The second stage could triple one's attributes. You can already challenge those of a higher level. The beast soul transformation has given you a lot of boost. If you use the demonic dragon possession flexibly, you can become stronger. It'll also be easier for you to challenge those of a higher level. Wait, why not all of the cultivation methods? I remember that there are 3 stages of the demonic dragon possession. At most, it can increase one's ability by 4 times, right? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. If you want to get all of the cultivation methods, you'll have to get first place in this trial. However, since this is your first time participating in this trial, I don't think it's possible. After all, Yun Lan and Mu Qing are not to be trifled with. Chen Bai shook his head. If that's the case, Master, you don't have to worry. To me, any unfamiliar place is the same as if I've been there before. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi I could analyze any mystic realm. This way, even if he had never entered it before, he would still have experience. Therefore, there was naturally no need to worry about this. Although Chun Bai didn't know why Ling Xiao was so confident, he thought about it and said, "Since you are so confident, then do your best. Your aptitude is actually not inferior to Chen Sangxiong's. In fact, it's even stronger. It was only because he entered the samsara later that he was not as good as Chen Sangxiong, Yun Lan, and Mu Qing, overtaking at the bend. Maybe you can really do it." At this point, Chun Bai brought Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin to the saltwater lake outside the Demon Dragon City, which used to be called the Demon Sea. The saltwater lake was very large. However, it completely dried up in a breath's time. It was enough to imagine how terrifying the thing that fell into the Demon Sea was. The entrance of the Demon Sea mystic realm was heavily guarded by the dragon cult, and the person guarding the Demon Sea mystic realm was actually someone who was stronger than the 3 elders. People called him Domineering Blade, Ghost Li. Domineering Blade Ghost Li's position in the dragon cult was very special. He was once saved by Phoenix in the Cloud and joined the dragon cult to repay his kindness. Although he didn't have a position, no one in the dragon cult dared to disrespect him. Under his protection, the Demon Sea mystic realm had never been broken through by outsiders. He was really very powerful. Although Ling Xiao couldn't see through his true cultivation, he believed that he was probably an expert on the same level as Chun Bai. The entrance of the Demon Sea mystic realm was the place where the strange thing fell. It was a bottomless pit. At this time, Phoenix in the Cloud and the first elder had already led the other 33 disciples to wait at the entrance. These 33 disciples included the other 8 of the 10 devil heirs. After all, 2 of them had already been crippled by Ling Xiao. Among the 33 people, Other than Mu Qing, who was Xiao Muyu's disciple, the other 32 people were all under Phoenix in the cloud and the first elder. In other words, Ling Xiao entered the Demon Sea mystic realm, this time not only to obtain more demonic crystals, but also to guard against being schemed against. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had crippled 2 of the 10 devil heirs, but as soon as he appeared, the air was immediately filled with the smell of gunpowder. Those people's gazes were as if they wanted to kill him. They didn't dare to be disrespectful to Chen Bai, but they weren't afraid of Ling Xiao. These people had probably already discussed in private that the Demon Sea mystic realm would be Ling Xiao's death. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and he had crippled Mo Ying, it proved that his combat strength might have reached the early stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, these people were obviously not to be trifled with. Among them, the one with the lowest cultivation was at the late stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The one with the highest cultivation was naturally at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was similar to Ling Xiao's cultivation. Moreover, after Mo Ying's breakthrough, Phoenix in the Cloud considered that his subordinate's strength would be weakened. He didn't hesitate to use a very evil method to pass Mo Ying's cultivation to the other 3 people. In his words, this was called making the best use of trash. As a result, these 3 people's cultivation had broken through a day ago, and all of them had advanced to the early stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, these 3 people were Phoenix in the Cloud's most loyal disciples, Cloud Demon, Cloud Ghost, and Cloud Demon. In addition to Yun Lan, these 4 people's cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. As long as they joined forces, Ling Xiao would not be able to escape, even if he had wings. Compared to Ling Xiao, these 32 people were absolutely crushed. If it were an ordinary person facing such a terrifying opponent, even if they did not tremble in fear, they would definitely give up on the trial. However, Ling Xiao faced these chilling gazes and returned it coldly. Deputy Sect Leader Yun, First Sect Elder, you better watch your dogs. I have a bad temper. If they dare to attack me in the mystic realm, I will definitely kill them. Ling Xiao said coldly, this guy is too daring. That's right. He actually dares to fight against 32 upper disciples. My goodness, could it be that he has become arrogant after defeating Mo Ying? Who knows, but he seems to be able to surprise people every time. The guards of the Demon Sea mystic realm had naturally heard about Ling Xiao and were very curious about Ling Xiao. Could such a person really survive in the Demon Sea mystic realm? Phoenix in the Cloud's face did not look good. Ling Xiao no longer took him seriously. Previously, Ling Xiao still had some respect for him. However, after he besieged the Devil's Sun Hall, Ling Xiao no longer had any respect for him. He was even worse than Chen Bai. He gritted his teeth and tried to remain calm. Let this guy be arrogant for a while. Once we enter the Demon Sea mystic realm, Ling Xiao will definitely die. Chapter 2799. Taking a deep breath, Phoenix in the Cloud looked at Chen Bai and said, Sect Master, since Ling Xiao has already been added, why don't we add one more person? What do you mean? Chen Bai frowned. Sect Master, please calm down. However, Gili also has a disciple who wasn't originally a disciple of our dragon cult. But 3 days ago, he came here and begged Gili to let him join the dragon cult. Moreover, his strength is definitely not a problem. He's only stronger than Mo Ying. Phoenix in the Cloud said calmly. Where is Gili's disciple? Chen Bai frowned. If it was really Gili's disciple, then he really couldn't refuse. Greetings, Sect Master. A young man in his 20s walked out from behind Ghostly. He looked just like Ghostly and had a ferocious look. This person's body was very strong, and his cheeks looked like they had been through a lot. Standing there, He was like a sharp sword unsheathed, and one could clearly feel his sword intent. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was strange. This person's sword intent seemed to be directed at him. It was almost condensed. He didn't understand. He had never met this person before, so why did he hate him? Could it be that Phoenix in the clouds said something? However, it shouldn't be to this extent. This kind of hatred wasn't like the 32 upper disciples, but an irreconcilable hatred. What's your name? Chen Bai asked. Tuoba Yunxiang. What? Hearing this name, Ling Xiao suddenly realized something. Could it be that he was a descendant of the Tuoba family? If that was the case, then it was normal for him to have an irreconcilable hatred. After all, Tuoba Yu, Tuoba Yunfan, and Tuoba Fengdan were all killed by him. It would appear that this person truly resembled Tuoba Yunfan. Could it be that they were blood brothers? When Chun Bai heard this name, he was stunned for a moment before asking, "What's your relationship with the Tuoba family in Cold Frost Town?" Sect Master, this junior has been sent to my master's place to train since I was young. Tuoba Yunfan is this junior's older brother, and Tuoba Fengdan is this junior's grandfather. Tuoba Yunxiang did not hide anything. He had come to the dragon cult for Ling Xiao. Chun Bai still wanted to say something, but he heard Ling Xiao say, "You're here for revenge, right? But I advise you not to be impulsive. Your brother and grandfather wanted to kill me, so I killed them. It's reasonable for you to want revenge. However, I don't want to kill anyone from your Tuoba family. After all, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I don't have much enmity with the rest of the Tuoba family." "Are you scared?" Tuoba Yunxiang said coldly. "Ha! You're really a dog-biting Master Lu. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Forget it. Since you won't listen to my advice, I'll accept your revenge. However, I still have to warn you. If you attack, I won't just kill you. I'll also kill everyone from your family. Otherwise, if someone comes to me for revenge every once in a while, wouldn't I be very depressed?" Ling Xiao had never thought of himself as a righteous person. Therefore, he never rigidly adhered to the rules when doing things. He only believed in one thing, and that was to repay enmity with enmity and repay kindness with kindness. Everything was carried out according to this principle. "Tuoba Yunxiang, since you're a disciple of my dragon cult and Gili's last disciple, and I saw that your cultivation has indeed met the requirements, I'll let you participate in the demonic sea secret realms trial." Chen Bai knew that it was useless to refuse. Moreover, it wouldn't be good. Gili had guarded the demonic sea secret realm for more than 10 years, and his contributions were great. If he refused, it would be disappointing. Moreover, he wasn't worried that Tuoba Yunxiang could do anything to Ling Xiao. Since he had to take revenge sooner or later, he might as well settle it in the demonic sea secret realm. "Many thanks, sect leader." Tuoba Yunxiang stood up and withdrew his monstrous killing intent. When he looked at Ling Xiao again, he had already turned his gaze to the sinkhole not far away. He could feel that the sinkhole was filled with an incomparably mysterious aura, blazing and powerful. Xiao Jin was even more excited as it flapped its wings and jumped on his shoulder. Ever since it became like this, Xiao Jin could no longer cultivate human martial arts. It could only increase its strength by devouring heat. It had been holding it in for a long time. All right, if there are no other questions, shall we begin the demonic sea secret realms trial? Chun Bai looked at everyone and asked. Phoenix, in the cloud, naturally didn't have any other questions. What he wanted was for Tuoba Yunxiang to join in and increase the success rate of killing Ling Xiao. "I have 2 questions. Ling Xiao suddenly said. "What questions?" Chen Bai asked. "First, can we kill in the demonic sea secret realms trial? This is very important. He needs to have a reasonable authority to kill. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for him to do so. Regarding this, I naturally don't wish for fellow disciples to kill each other. However, in the demonic sea secret realm, outsiders won't know what happens. Therefore, if there is really killing each other, I won't be able to do anything about it. Of course, in order to prevent the dragon cult from suffering heavy losses due to killing each other, we have set up a total of 10 safety points in the demonic sea secret realm. As long as you stay inside, you won't be able to kill each other. Once you kill each other, you will suffer a backlash. This is all we can do. Chunbai's explanation was very clear. In fact, he was introducing it to Ling Xiao. Understood. Then the second question, will I be able to obtain the complete cultivation method of the demonic dragon possession if I get the most demonic energy crystal stones? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Chunbai nodded. He knew why Ling Xiao asked this question in front of everyone. It was because Chunbai couldn't act arbitrarily. Therefore, Phoenix in the Cloud and the first elder had to give an affirmative answer. Vice sect leader Yun and the first elder don't have any objections, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course we have no objections. The supreme martial art belongs to the virtuous. If you really have the strength, we have nothing to say. However, don't be too greedy. Do you think you can surpass Yunlan and Mu Qing? Phoenix in the Cloud said, lightly. What he didn't say was, whether you can come out alive is a problem. Vice sect leader Yun, you don't have to worry about that. I, Ling Xiao, will not only walk out of here with my head held high, but I will also get first place in this trial. After all, the trial isn't just about strength. It also depends on other things. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Chunbai and said, Master, I finished asking my questions. Good. In that case, everyone, get ready to jump into the sinkhole. Remember, after you go down, you will be blown to different places by the astral wind. Landing safely is the first step. Next, whether you act alone or find your teammates, it's up to you. With Chunbai's order, a total of 35 people, 34 of them jumped down at the same time. Chapter 2800. Xiaojin, let's play a fun game next. Ling Xiao said mentally, What game, boss? Xiaojin asked excitedly, I'm thinking that those crafty fellows will most likely join hands to deal with me. Even the magic crystals obtained by the others will be given to Yunlan, Yun Mo, Yun Gui, and Yun Yao. Let them occupy the top 4 spots. As for that Tuoba Yunxiang, he probably only has one goal, which is to kill me. It's very difficult. We can't just passively accept this. We have to take the initiative to attack. Ling Xiao sneered. Boss, are you talking about hunting? We won't go so far as to kill them, but we have to snatch all the magic crystals obtained by those people to prevent Yunlan and the others from obtaining them. That would be disadvantageous to me and Mu Qing. Ling Xiao said, Good, this is much more exciting than killing the demonic sea giant beast. Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Let's go. After the discussion, Ling Xiao directly jumped down. At first, he didn't feel anything, but when he was about 100 meters down, a terrifying astral wind suddenly blew. Not only was it extremely hot, but the wind was also very terrifying. In order to not be separated from Xiaojin, Ling Xiao could only put Xiaojin into the beast ring. When the astral wind completely stopped, Ling Xiao found that he had already landed. There was indeed no one around. Ling Xiao's location was still relatively safe. The surroundings were filled with boiling magma, which seemed to have been formed after being melted by something. Seeing the magma, Ling Xiao suddenly became happy. Not only for him, but for Xiaojin as well, it was definitely a great supplement. They were currently on a small island in the middle of the magma. Looking into the distance, They seemed to be able to see a huge, monstrous beast formed by the magma. It should be the demonic sea giant beast. This thing is called demonic sea giant beast. It might as well be called lava giant beast. Ling Xiao shook his head and let Xiao Jin out, no longer thinking about the name of this beast. Next, he planned to follow Little Gold inside and kill some demonic sea beasts along the way. When the trial was about to end, he would start his robbery plan. At that time, those people would have a lot of magic energy stones. It would also be more convenient for them to snatch more. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest psychological burden towards this kind of behavior. Even if he did not do so, those people would not let him go. He was not a fool who would only take a beating and not fight back. With the Tai Chi eye, not only was he very clear about the internal structure of the demonic sea secret realm, but he was also very clear about it. Furthermore, he could clearly see what was around him. That was why he dared to say that he would definitely be the first in the trial of the demonic sea secret realm. If he still couldn't win under such favorable conditions, then he was really incompetent. Go. Ling Xiao didn't linger on the heat in the magma because there was something better than that. That was the demonic sea beasts. These demonic sea beasts were born from the energy released by the foreign creature. They had all sorts of strange appearances, but they were basically all demonic beasts that existed in the Devil Sea in the past. Some looked like giant octopuses. Some looked like terrifying sharks. In short, it was as if all the demonic beasts in the Devil Sea had mutated, and most of them were very large. He moved forward quietly, using the nether demonic dragon to travel through the secret realm. It was worth mentioning that the nether demonic dragon was a way to use the demonic dragon phantom, just like the nether wolf. As mentioned before, Ling Xiao integrated the method of using the 1,000-mile wolf into the demonic dragon phantom. Not only was the effect stronger than before, but it was also more eye-catching. There was a huge demonic sea beast about 4 to 5 meters away from them. It looked like a mutated seal, and its whole body was shining with the light of magma. Its aura was also very powerful. However, it only had the strength of a late-stage, 1-star, 11-level hell. Ling Xiao could win for sure. Therefore, he didn't ask Little Gold to help. The moment he got close, he instantly attacked. The sword pierced through the demonic sea beast's vital point. The huge demonic sea beast struggled for a while, then fell to the ground in pain. Then, there was no bleeding from its body. Instead, it shattered and turned into magma on the ground. There were 2 things in the magma. One was the demonic beast crystal core, which was red in color, very similar to magma. Ling Xiao directly threw it to Little Gold to swallow. The other thing was the demonic energy crystal core, which was golden in color, somewhat similar to the golden crow. Ling Xiao's body movement and martial arts were actually quite suitable for sneak attacks. Moreover, there was no one here to see, so he could use some of his martial arts freely. It was not surprising that he could easily kill the demonic sea beasts, whose cultivation was lower than his. How do you feel? After a while, seeing that Little Gold had absorbed the energy of the demonic beast crystal core, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. It feels good. Maybe it's because my cultivation is relatively low, but it gave me a huge boost. I can clearly feel that my cultivation is now at the mid-stage of the 11th hell with 50% of my energy. One demonic beast crystal core increased my energy by 20%. At this rate, I can reach the late stage of the 11th hell with 3 more cores. Little Gold said excitedly. I've said it before, this is called a blessing in disguise. Although your body has become the golden crow, it's easier to increase your cultivation. I'm envious of you. Ling Xiao sighed. Perhaps this is what the saying goes. Who knows if it's a blessing in disguise? When you lose something, you will naturally gain more. Very good, then let's continue. Killing the demonic sea beasts could not only help Little Gold increase his strength, but also collect demonic energy crystals. This was indeed a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. From Ling Zhao's point of view, Xiao Jin's cultivation level would be about the same as his by the time the final robbery began. In the following time, Ling Xiao walked forward, and on the way he encountered the demonic sea beasts and killed them. The demonic sea beasts, with the strength of the late stage of the 11th hell, were no threat to him, and killing them was not difficult. So soon, Little Gold's strength broke through to the late stage of the 11th hell. However, after his cultivation had broken through, the amount of energy he gained from each demonic beast core he devoured had become very small. Previously, one demonic beast crystal core could increase his energy by 20%. Now, 100 cores could only increase his energy by 10%. The problem was there weren't that many demonic sea beasts. Along the way, they only saw a total of 12 beasts. Looks like I have to find a stronger one. If I encounter a demonic sea beast with the peak strength of the 11th, hell, the demonic beast crystal core would definitely allow Little Gold to increase his strength faster. Thinking of this, Ling Zhao's speed increased a lot. Chun Bai once told him that in the demonic sea secret realm, the deeper you go, the narrower the space, but the stronger the demonic beasts. Chapter 2801. So far, Ling Xiao had only obtained 12 demonic energy crystals. His speed was definitely not as fast as those 30 people. After all, they were familiar with the structure of this place and knew where the demonic sea beasts were. The reason why the demonic sea secret realm opened every once in a while was because the demonic sea beasts would be reborn after a period of time. Everything had originated from that mysterious strange object. It created these demonic sea beasts. It also created the demonic sea secret realm. The most interesting thing was that every time the demonic sea beasts were reborn, their range of activity was similar. This was even more beneficial to Yunlan and the others. Therefore, Ling Xiao felt that his initial plan of robbery was absolutely correct. If he did not do that, he would not be able to fight against 30 people alone. It was too ridiculous. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao continued forward with Xiao Jin. Anyway, there was still a lot of time. The demonic sea secret realm trial was set to last for 3 days. And now, only a few hours had passed. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to rob. For now, it was better to raise Xiao Jin's strength to about the same as his. Then, even if he encountered a powerful demonic sea beast king, he would be able to easily deal with it. After about an hour, Ling Xiao noticed that the situation around him had changed. The temperature of the magma had become even higher than before. Under such high temperature, ordinary warriors would not be able to survive at all. Even Yin-Yang realm warriors would feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao activated the volcano battle body to make himself feel more comfortable. Moreover, the volcano battle body seemed to be slowly improving under the high temperature. The elementary volcano battle body was already comparable to a third heaven immortal grade martial technique. What would happen if it improved further? Ling Xiao was very much looking forward to it. As for Xiao Jin, there was even less to worry about. Xiao Jin was the combination of the devouring demon fetus and the golden crow. It could absorb heat to improve. Not only was the high temperature not harmful to it, but it could also improve its strength. Boss, it seems to be the demonic sea beast that Chunbai mentioned. We finally found it. About 100 meters ahead, a ferocious demonic sea beast was absorbing the heat in the air. Ling Xiao could also confirm that it was a demonic sea beast at the peak of the 11th level of hell. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out and split up with Xiao Jin, charging towards the mutated demonic sea beast at the same time. It was a pity that the mutant demonic sea beast was very powerful, but it still had to face these two monsters. Needless to say, he could even defeat a yin-yang realm warrior at the 12th level of hell. Xiao Jin was also able to fight against opponents of a higher level. With the 9 underworld Yellow Springs Golden Light, he could easily injure opponents at the peak of the 11th level of hell. Under the pincer attack of the two, the mutant demonic sea behemoth was easily killed. After the mutant demonic sea behemoth died, there were indeed 2 demonic energy crystal stones and an even stronger demonic beast core. Xiao Jin happily swallowed the demonic beast core and said happily, "Boss, we were right. I only need 5 demonic beast cores of this level to reach the peak of the 11th floor of hell. Okay, let's hurry up and do it." One man and one beast once again began their frenzied hunt. Soon, Xiao Jin's strength broke through again and reached the peak of the 11th level of hell. More importantly, his breakthrough didn't have any side effects. It was really enviable. "Damn, I worked so hard to break through to this level. You did it so easily. I'm so jealous." After stopping the hunt, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin sat in a secluded place to rest. Ling Xiao sighed. "Why don't we switch?" Xiao Jin smiled. "Let's not." Ling Xiao shook his head. Although it was easier for Xiao Jin to increase his strength in his current form, he still needed opportunities. If there wasn't a place like the demonic sea secret realm, it would be troublesome. Moreover, it was really hard for a person to maintain the state of a demonic sea beast. This was the so-called, where there are gains, there are losses. Ling Xiao would rather cultivate slowly than become Xiao Jin. Moreover, his cultivation speed wasn't slow. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the front. Ling Xiao hurriedly stood up and looked over with his Tai Chi eye. He couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Jin, more delicious food is coming. Demonic sea beast kings. And there's more than one." Perhaps they were too excited and got too close to the demonic sea secret realm, which alerted the demonic sea beast kings. More than 100 demonic sea beast kings rushed towards them. "What should we do, boss? If we encounter so many demonic sea beast kings at once, even you and I will have trouble, right?" Xiao Jin said anxiously, "Don't be afraid. Did you notice anything special about the terrain here?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, "It's narrow enough." Xiao Jin suddenly realized the road wasn't too narrow and could definitely allow 4 or 5 people to pass side by side. However, the demonic sea beast kings were too large and could only allow one to pass at a time. In this way, as long as Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin guarded the entrance, they could defeat the hundreds of demonic sea beast kings one by one. "Xiao Jin, you hold on first. I'll set up the formation. We can't consume too much energy. After all, we still have to rob later." Ling Xiao called out and took out the materials for setting up the array. He began to set up the array on the narrow path. Xiao Jin had already rushed forward and guarded the narrowest road, fighting with the demonic sea beast kings. Although Xiao Jin's strength was only at the peak of the 11th level of hell, the demonic sea beast kings were at the early stage of the 12th level of hell. However, Xiao Jin wasn't afraid at all, especially the terrifying 9 underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light. As long as it hit the demonic sea beast kings, it would be injured. At this rate, Xiao Jin had an 80% chance of winning. Of course, it was too tiring. That was why Ling Xiao had to set up the formation. In this place, the best formations were the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Formation and the lesser 1,000 Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to set up the real 1,000 Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation, but the effect of the lesser 1,000 Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation was also good. "Xiao Jin, you can move aside." Ling Xiao shouted, and Xiao Jin moved away from the spot. The demonic sea beast king who had been beaten black and blue by Xiao Jin, rushed in. Boom! Terrifying lightning appeared out of nowhere, and the demonic sea beast king fell to the ground instantly. Then, the 1,000 beast blood refining formation was activated. The demonic sea beast king's energy was absorbed by the formation and directly transferred into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao went forward and attacked with his sword. The demonic sea beast king was extremely powerful, but after being injured by the formation, Ling Xiao killed it with his powerful sword technique. It was a piece of cake. This is a good way to improve my cultivation and martial arts skills.